All right, good morning and welcome. It is Tuesday, September 14th, 2021, and we are going to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Could we get a roll call by the clerk, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Lopez, and Phillips appearing via video conference, and Supervisors Root Askew and Adams appearing in person.
Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda today?
There are none today, Chair.
All right. We do have item number 1A on closed session agenda this morning. Is there any public comment for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency Board of Supervisors on our closed session item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and recess for closed session agenda items for the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. But before we leave, we will call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors with a roll call.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Lopez, and Phillips appearing via video conference, and Supervisors Root Askew and Adams appearing in person.
Wonderful. Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda today?
There are none today, Chair.
All right. We do have closed session items number 1A through G listed on the agenda today. And I would like to welcome public comment on any of our Board of Supervisors closed session agenda items at this time. I'm never sure if this is on. Okay, perfect. Truth be told, I really don't even need a mic, but that's fine. Hi, you know who I am. You know why I'm here. So let's just hop right to it. As you may have noticed in the news over the past couple of weeks, there have been some pretty traumatic events occurring at local schools, both within Monterey County and within Santa Cruz County, that are directly traumatizing children. The gun brought at Washington Middle School, the stabbing at Aptos High School, and the incredibly vile defilement of a black doll at Salinas High. Well, typically when crises like this occur, they say that crisis counselors are available at the school. Well, guess who those folks are? Those folks are folks from my department. Well, assuming that we have enough folks from my department. So here's the deal. I'm still 7 people down on my team alone, the juvenile justice team, which works to prevent recidivism, to make our community safer. We still don't have enough staff, not even close. And Supervisor Phillips, I know that you're here remotely. I don't know what we're going to do, how we're going to fill the spots for you up at Rancho Cielo. I don't know what's going to happen with those kids in transitional housing that may have a mental health crisis, or the kids in the John Muir classroom, or the kids in the culinary program, or the kids in the youth corps program. All those kids have intermittently needed somebody at their campus. Those people have been us to provide those incredibly valuable services. So that's kind of a long, big picture, like, holy crow, please, please, please partner with us to recruit and retain staff. The more close in thing is, holy crow, we are this close away from striking. I don't know how long that'll take. Please partner with us to prevent that. I don't want my clients to have an interruption in services, which could have unknown, unforeseen, and unimaginable adverse effects. That's not what I want. I will, and I've told you every week that I will strike, obviously, but I hope it doesn't come to that. And I hope that y'all can find it in your hearts to care about those vulnerable kids on my caseload and make sure that they don't have an interruption in services. I have a kiddo who I've hospitalized 10 times for suicidal ideation. I don't know what's going to happen when I'm on strike. I don't. She's doing better now, but who knows? I have a kiddo who I had to call the police onto his workplace because he was suicidal and was hitting up the fentanyl in a bathroom. I need you to partner with us to make sure that I'm there if that happens again. That's all that we really need. And I think you know what we're looking for, because I'm sure you're hearing feedback from the negotiating team. So, in the kindest way possible, please partner with us to prevent a strike. Please partner with us to make sure that the people who need our services continue to get them without interruption. Please partner with us to keep our communities healthy and safe.
Thank you for your comments and joining us today. Is there
Thank you for the 3 minutes.
is there any other public comment for our closed session this morning? Not for you. Okay. We'll check online. If you're online and would like to share public comment for the Board of Supervisors closed session agenda items this morning, please raise your hand so that we can call on you. I'm not seeing any closed session hands raised, so or online hands raised. So we will close public comment and adjourn the Board of Supervisors into recess the Board of Supervisors into closed session. We'll reconvene here at 10:30 for the remainder of our open session agenda today. We'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mhm.
All right, go ahead. Test, test, 1, 2. Test. There it is, beautiful.
PowerPoints for item 13.
Okay. All right, welcome back to our Tuesday, September 14th, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting. Could we get a roll call from the clerk, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo and Phillips appearing via video conference, and Supervisors Root Askew, Adams, and Lopez appearing in person.
Wonderful. Thank you. We do have Spanish interpretation available here in board chambers today by Maria Avila. Unfortunately, we do not have Zoom Spanish interpretation available today. My apologies for that, and we will be working to get that resolved as soon as possible. But in the meantime, we do have Spanish interpretation here in chambers. And Maria, could you make that announcement, please?
Bueno, no, buenos días. Mi nombre es María y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
I just want to make sure you saw these letters came in.
Okay. And I think Phillips, you're not muted. We'll let you mute there. Okay. I do want to introduce Jesus Valenzuela to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Jesus is a fund development organizer with Building Healthy Communities here in Salinas, and we're so pleased to have you join us to start our meeting today.
Good. Thank you for having me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us and getting our meeting started this morning. Are there any additions or corrections to our public agenda today?
There are no additions and corrections.
Okay. And we did the roll call, right? Okay, good. Didn't put a check mark there. We do have, starting this morning, some ceremonial resolutions, and we have about 5 minutes max allocated for each presentation. I will start with if any of my colleagues would like to move action on our ceremonial items number 2 through 9.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Phillips.
I had a question on number 9, the health misinformation. I thought that's kind of looked to me like it should be a board referral. I thought it was moving towards a board referral rather than being on and continuing it for the resolution in that process.
Do you want to speak to that, Charles McKee?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. That it is a type of action that would be appropriate for a referral. So we did include it as a referral also, and the board could take action on the resolution as it is, and which would mean we'd move forward with the referral also, or they could remove the item as a resolution and just ask us to process it as a referral. It seems to me that it is appropriate when you're asking staff to take actions to do things, to utilize the referral process. So you could go either way. You know, it's obviously the board's discretion if they want to adopt a resolution. It's your call, but you could also have it removed and just use the referral process.
Yeah, as the maker, I prefer that we do both, that we can move forward on approving the resolution today, considering the urgency of the subject matter, and then the items that we add as follow up to the resolution, those could continue as a referral.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Supervisor, and I would just say that as a practical matter for the future, just having a concern that this is, that board members place resolutions on outside of the referral process. It's up to the board to make that decision, but if it's just as a way of managing the organization, it is better for me as far as managing it if we utilize a referral process, but I understand your point.
Yeah, and if it was any procedural concern, I would have hoped to have heard it, but this is the first time I even hear nobody after submitting it. I believe last week, I didn't hear any concerns from staff or even suggestions about a referral. So I'm fine with it, but I think we can move forward today.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I appreciate very much having the resolution for our review, but we do have a process, the referral process, which allows us to really have the opportunity to make decisions on what we're asking staff to do. And were we to accept this resolution before we go to the referral process, we're jumping over that entire process, which I think is what Charles was saying, that essentially if you want to be able to manage the work, for him to be able to manage the work of the different departments and employees, it's by following the referral process that we have in place. So I'm a little uncomfortable approving a resolution that directs staff until we have the opportunity for staff to really do the work that a referral would indicate. And I understand that this referral would be on today's agenda. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be. And so, I apologize, supervisors, that I didn't raise the issue previously. It didn't fully dawn on me right away, except to make sure that it got on as a referral. Alternatively, what you could do is modify the resolution to say that that you're in support of having the referral go forward for consideration, and we can bring that back.
So would we need to have a substitute motion then, since there is a motion on the floor to approve all of the?
I'll amend my motion to cover items 2 through 8, and then we can have a separate discussion on 9 if that speeds up process here.
And does that work for the seconder? Supervisor Alejo, you had seconded the motion? Your Supervisor Alejo,
Yes.
are you comfortable? Okay, yes, okay. All right, so we do need to go out to public comment then. Is there any, Supervisor Phillips, do you have your hand raised? All right, any public comment on our consent item resolutions 2 through 8? We'll go to anyone in the audience. We'll go online. We have 2 hands raised, and just to clarify, this is for our ceremonial resolutions, item number 2 through 8 on the agenda. We'll go to public comment, Rocio, followed by Deborah Kelly, with 1:30 on the clock, please. All right, we've lost Rocio. We'll go to Deborah Kelly. We've got 1:30 on the clock.
Good morning, Chairwoman Askew and supervisors. I wanted to let you know, my name is Deborah Kelly and I'm resident of East Garrison. I know that the youth camp is something that's going to be discussed. So if this is too early to talk about in your resolutions, I'm sorry, I can postpone this.
Deborah, we'll come back to you for that item. We're not quite there yet, but thank you.
I will
Okay. All right, I don't see any other comments for our ceremonial resolutions, item 2 through 8, so we'll proceed with a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. All right, so let's continue with item number 9, and then we'll move on to our presentations. So ceremonial resolution, item number 9, there is a resolution and a board referral to adopt resolution declaring COVID-19 health misinformation a public health crisis in Monterey County. And I believe Supervisor Alejo, did you want to speak briefly to this, and then we can entertain the action?
Madam Chair, then, just to make it clear, I think we can move forward on the ceremonial provisions of the resolution today. And it's really the second, be it further resolved, where I'd asked the staff to follow through in terms of addressing the misinformation, addressing the health information. So I think that second, be it further resolved, we could have that portion continue through the referral process, but be able to approve a resolution, the remainder of the resolution, and with the first be it resolved paragraph. And
okay, so is that a motion to adopt with excluding that second paragraph that you mentioned?
Yes, and because it will be addressed in the future through the referral process.
Okay, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. So that would mean that bullet points 1 through 8 would be taken out of the resolution?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll second the motion.
Yeah, I was about to, so.
And if I could just briefly just to the resolution. Madam Chair, I know we're limited on time, but this is a resolution to declare COVID-19 misinformation, a public health crisis in Monterey County. This is a global problem, and it's certainly a call to action, but this is also following what San Diego County just did a few days ago, and also members of the California legislature and even other supervisors in neighboring states such as Clark County, Nevada, are moving because it's part of a process to educate the community that health misinformation is significantly undermining public health efforts, and unmitigated proliferation of health misinformation is creating a culture of mistrust and is prolonging the COVID-19 pandemic, which is endangering the health and safety of our residents and our visitors. This is also following up on what the U.S. Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy, has also put out in a report recently, and his words in this report started out with, "I am urging all Americans to help slow the spread of health misinformation during the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond. Health misinformation is a serious threat to public health. It can cause confusion, sow mistrust, harm people's health, and undermine public health efforts. Limiting the spread of health misinformation is a moral and civic imperative that will require a whole of society effort." So I just want to just read a few more paragraphs that just say, misinformation has caused confusion and nationally has led to eligible people declining COVID-19 vaccines, rejecting public health measures such as masking and physical distancing, and using unproven treatments. On July 15, 2021, the U.S. Surgeon General issued a first advisory describing the urgent threat posed by the rise of false information of COVID-19, one that continues to put lives at risk and prolong the pandemic. Recent surges in infection and hospitalization from COVID-19 have highlighted the importance of clear and unequivocal communications for public officials that vaccines are the best protection against severe illness and hospitalizations. In this resolution, it says Monterey County recognizes that vaccine hesitancy that stands in the way of Monterey County moving beyond the COVID-19 pandemic is being fueled by the spread of health misinformation, and commits to strategies to actively combat health misinformation. And so the paragraph that we are approving, there be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors on behalf of our residents declares COVID-19 health misinformation a public health crisis throughout Monterey County, and that the County of Monterey should commit to combat health misinformation and curb the spread of falsehoods that threaten the health and safety of our residents and visitors. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
While I agree with the premise and the intention, I'm not going to be able to support this because this is not the purpose of resolutions. This could have, information is important, but it could have been given during board comments as opposed to changing the whole way that we look at resolutions. So I just need to say that I'm not going to be able to support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go out to public comment. We have some hands raised on Zoom, and this is specific to our ceremonial resolution, item number 9 on today's agenda. We'll start with phone call-in user 1, followed by Jenny Miller.
Hello, I want to thank the supervisor who will not be supporting this motion. Who's to declare officially what is misinformation? Perhaps the official narrative is misinformation. And I want to recommend 2 sources of very valid information. One is childrenshealthdefense.org. Another one is drtomcallan.com. Dr. Callan has a book called The Truth About Contagion, Exploring Theories of How Disease Spreads. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., childrenshealthdefense.org, has a book coming out titled The Real Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, Big Pharma, and the Global War on Democracy and Public Health. And this resolution supports a war on democracy. And the first casualty, always in a totalitarian regime, is freedom of speech, including free speech. I'm reading from Robert F. Kennedy's words, in the First Amendment of the Constitution, James Madison argued that all our other liberties depend upon this right. Any government that can hide its mischief has license to commit atrocities. We need to be informed from various sources of information. Thank you. I oppose this resolution, and I find it disingenuous.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we are out of time for comments. We need everyone to watch the clock, please, when we do comments. Next up, we have Jenny Miller, followed by Kevin Dayton for public comment on item number 9.
I am quite frankly shocked at the language in this resolution on COVID-19. I'm a holistic health practitioner and have done huge deep dives into the research surrounding everything to do with COVID-19. I have colleagues and friends all over the world that are extremely concerned and have many questions in regards to the official narrative. There are so many things that do not add up and do not justify the draconian mandates that have been implemented over the globe. I have learned through alternative media sources and direct contact with virology experts, medical doctors, nurses, researchers, myriad of scientists, that when we are talking about decimating economies, taking away the rights of citizens to assemble, to hug their friends and neighbors, to go to school without covering their noses and mouths, to breathe fresh oxygen, to not allow an experimental substance to be injected into their bodies, we sure the hell better have open debate and the right to ask for more proof that these measures truly are worth the cost and the risk. When pro-vaccine experts like Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Geert Vanden Bosch, and former Pfizer executive Michael Yeadon are all sounding the alarm bells around the mandates, we need to pay attention and give their arguments as much credence as the official recommendations. I would like to meet personally ASAP with any and all supervisors to discuss my findings. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Kevin Dayton. Next up, we have Kevin Dayton, followed by Carol Kuzdeni.
Hello, Supervisors. Kevin Dayton, resident of Monterey County. Supervisor Aleo, I appreciate your concern about misinformation. We had some written material come into one of the business groups in Monterey County, and I saw it. I actually concluded that it seemed to have originated in Russia. And in addition to being what I thought was misinformation, it also contained some anti-Semitic material in it as well. So I found that disturbing. But if I wanted to approach this issue in Monterey County, I would try to do a positive approach rather than trying to weed out stuff that comes in from China or Russia. The VITA project, I think, has been doing an excellent job with their outreach. And I think they would probably be able to tell you without a lot of qualms or uncertainty about, as they go out to ask people to get vaccinated, what sort of arguments come up about why people don't want to do it and where their information may come from. And sometimes some of this may be absolutely nothing to do with stuff that comes from various internet sources. I look at the statistics here for vaccinations, and this is from the website. We got white 70% for at least one dose, Latino 72%, Asian 70%, and Black or African American 40%. I'd like to know more about that 40%. And I don't think you need this particular resolution to find out more about this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments today, Kevin. Next up, we have Carol, followed by Andy.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you. I have a lot of compassion for the people who are suffering and dying, but there is a lot of fraud being perpetrated by the government and the corporations in this the COVID situation. And I have some personal experiences, so I'm not just relying on things that I've heard other people say. And this has been happening all over the country. But it's happened to a friend of mine. She works in agriculture, and her employee went to get tested, for COVID and filled out all the paperwork and stood in line so long that he gave up and went home. 2 days later, he got a notice in the mail that he had tested positive and he had not even been tested. And that's happening all over the country. I said in the last meeting that I had a friend whose aunt went to the hospital for pneumonia. They tested her 3 times, came out negative. They still put positive on her chart. I have a friend who's had a friend die and the hospital put COVID as a cause of death, and it was not the cause of death. And they said that if they didn't change that, they would sue the hospital. I don't have the upshot of that yet, but that's in process. I met a friend who was an investigative reporter. I met her in Whole Foods. She wasn't a friend till then, but she took her camera to Chomp because there were supposed to be all these people in Chomp last year sick. There was nobody at all in the hospital. So please
Thank you for your comments today. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I do ask that everyone please watch the clock for public comments. Next up, we have, let's see here, Andy, followed by Tom.
It's hard to get everything.
Good morning, board members, and thank you for opening this up to public comment. I just believe that I listened to a gentleman describe his process of reviewing information and deciding on his terms whether or not he was willing to believe the source of the information. It sounds like he did some research and looked into it and made his decision on the credibility of that source. I guess we've decided that that anything Russian is not credible. That's what he believes, or that he leans toward that idea that because it might have come out of Russia, it's not true. But it's a process he was allowed to go through, and I believe that that is a really important process. That anytime you start censoring and deciding what information people get to look at to make their own critical decisions, it's a slippery slope. I'll just close with a quote from George Orwell's 1984, that the power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. And I believe that that's a very, very dangerous thing that has happened in the past in history. We need, as a democracy and as a free nation, to be able to allow people to access whatever information they can access and then decide on their own what is true and what they're willing to believe and what sources they believe. Otherwise, we're jeopardizing one of the basic tenets of our nation and of its founding. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Tom, followed by Cesar.
Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you for joining us.
Yes, I'm in favor of the masking and social distancing items as related to false information, but with the alternative treatments, I refer to, as a COVID survivor, I think I probably studied this more than people that didn't have COVID. Check out the doctors, including the chief of the Eastern Virginia Medical School, FLCCC IMASK protocol. In regards to alternative treatments, I don't think that you should get involved with the alternative treatments because studies have found, simple things like omega-3 fatty acids, statin drugs, metformin, vitamin D3, zinc, quercetin, NAC, and hydrochloroquine, ivermectin. They're all the studies are there with these medical professionals at the FLCC. Also, countries of India, Peru, Mexico. They go door to door giving everybody ivermectin. And Merck, who owns ivermectin, has not even done one study to disprove it. So I would refrain from you guys having any mention about alternative treatments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Let's see here. Next up, we have Cesar, followed by Ricardo.
Yeah, good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara, just wanted to say a couple comments and believing in science and believing in what's going on with COVID and bringing to light what's happening at the jail with 30 inmates and 16 staff members being reported having COVID. Something needs to be done by the Board of Supervisors, and enough is enough. The disregard for COVID protocols that was suggested by the Board of Supervisors and the sheriff turning his back on it is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Ricardo, followed by Rocio.
Hello, thank you, Supervisor, for having this and taking it under public discussion. I'm calling out of Castroville. I'm a direct example of fear of disinformation. I have been very careful with everything I do, but I still have not been vaccinated because I am scared. I do not know what to think, but I'll tell you one thing is I'm proud of everything you guys are doing and everything that America is doing. There's thousands of theories, thousands of findings. People are infiltrating our social lives with garbage. There's a war with these people that are sending all this disinformation. The selfish, the classists, the oppressors, the people that want to keep people down, that people sick, people poor. You know, like these people are just crazy. It's everywhere, and you can't get away from it. And nothing's going to change their mind. You know, like it's a small percentage, but they just work like busy bees. So I'm just saying, I think to eradicate the disinformation, exactly that, pinpoint it. You know, it's going to be pretty broad. Thank you.
All right, we have a phone number ending in 851, followed by Bernie.
You can hear me now? This is Monica McGuire. I am calling because I didn't hear. Can you hear me? Sorry, before I go on.
We can hear you. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. It is so vital that we have real science be where nothing gets censored, where every question is valued, where every opportunity for experts to debate is acted upon. Every person in this area has brought to our public servants, our employees, the request to have local expert debates where question and answer can be following so that people have the chance to choose and learn for themselves in the my body, my choice, informed consent actuality of what it is to be an American national born in this country. We have this request continually. We continue to do our best to stand together and to ask all elected to stand with us rather than against us in the ways that you are suggesting yet again. We know that children have been harmed irreparably already. We know that small businesses have closed and their owners have become homeless based on nothing that makes any sense over such a long period of time, which is a lack of real science. Real science always involves.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we
questioning.
have extended your time. We have one final hand raised for public comment, and I will be closing public comment after Bernie. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and the board. Good morning. Just a couple comments. Just one comment in particular is I think just there is a lot of COVID. It's a very just controversial, right? People just kind of like what I'm hearing right now. Some are pro, some are con, this and that. But at the end of the day, I think it's this board's prime responsibility to start thinking about that population that needs to work in the fields, that's got to be out there, that has no choice to stay back, to stay home, right? They need to work. They don't have they can't afford to not to continue their livelihood. So I think for them, being out there, it's this board's responsibility to have their best interest at hand. And the truth is like having personal experience in my close network, right? People suffering from grief because they lost their family to COVID, and something that might have been able to be prevented, right, with just not having all this these opinions about what COVID and what works and what doesn't work. But at the end of the day, I think we need to protect our people that are struggling, that are out there, and it's this board's responsibility to do what it can to ensure that lives are saved and are kept healthy. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. With that, thank you. Thank you all. I just started talking. Did you? Yep, come on up.
Out of practice. Name's Eric Peterson, and just two quick points. One is, having just been in a bunch of other states, it's amazing how few people in those states wear masks. In places like national park visitor centers where masks are required, they've got to keep them there to give to people who come in without masks. And I spoke with somebody in the county clerk's office in Spencer, Iowa. She asked what difference between California and Iowa. And one of the things I mentioned is, if we were in California, we'd both be wearing masks. And I can see why the virus is surging in third world states like Texas. The second thing is, I didn't prepare for this, so I can't think of the doctor's name. There is a very loud doctor who's against vaccine and all that. And the Department of Justice points out he got his medical degree from what they refer to as a diploma mill. And this individual has been convicted of practicing medicine without a license and fraud in 2 states. So that'll give you an idea just how reliable some of these anti-vaccine people are. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll be closing public comment on this item. We do have a motion on the floor from Alejo, a second from Lopez, and the document amended from what is published on the agenda to allow the whereas statements to be deferred into the referral. And I just wanted to acknowledge Supervisor Adams' concerns about having a many times our ceremonial resolutions are used to acknowledge individuals for their service. I do think, though, that there is a place for ceremonial resolutions to be used for making statements from the county. We've done that in the past with cesarean awareness resolutions, gun violence prevention resolutions. More recently, I believe even this year, racism as a public health crisis, which was conducted as a resolution. But I do support and agree that for action that we're directing staff, I think we need to continue to move that through the referral process. So separating that out, it gives me the comfort to move forward with making this as a statement today. So with that, we'll take a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
No.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye.
Thank you, colleagues.
All right. So we'll get follow up on the referral at some point moving forward. Correct, Charles? Yeah. Okay. So with that, we're going to do a couple presentations today. Item number 3, we'd like to welcome the Health Department here for a brief presentation to adopt a resolution proclaiming September as National Suicide Prevention Month. And we have folks in the building with us. Thank you for being here.
So I'm Dana Edgell. I'm the Prevention Manager for Monterey County Behavioral Health. I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors and Chair Askew for proclaiming September as National Suicide Prevention Month. Many of us have been touched by the tragedy of suicide. We may have lost someone close to us or been moved by the loss of someone we may have never met. When a suicide happens, those left behind often experience deep shock. Even if they knew the person was struggling, they may not have expected that suicide would be the result. However, many people who find themselves in a suicidal crisis can and do recover. There are actions we can take to support suicide prevention. Everyone can play a role by learning the warning signs of suicide, finding the words to reach out to someone you are concerned about, and being familiar with suicide prevention resources, such as the National Lifeline and Crisis Tech Support, which are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We also can end the shame, stigma, and silence that surrounds this topic. And one step in that direction is our Board of Supervisors' support of this proclamation. This year's Suicide Prevention 2021 theme is Supportive Transitions, Reconnect, Re-enter, and Rebuild. Transitions can be conceptualized as an event or series of events that cause fundamental changes in the fabric of daily life. Transitions can be unsettling and stressful, impacting our mental health and increasing risk factors for suicide. Protective factors such as positive coping skills, resilience, and connectedness to others can help navigate transitions and reduce some of their impact on mental health and suicide risk. As we re-enter and rebuild the fabrics of our daily life that were so fundamentally disrupted by the pandemic, reconnecting with supportive relationships and practicing positive coping skills are essential for our emotional well-being. Monterey County Behavioral Health is excited to share that we are launching a new initiative, MIC Hopes, which stands for Monterey County Helping One Another to Prevent and Eliminate Suicide. We will be forming a coalition to bring together behavioral health professionals, community members, nonprofit organizations, local government, public agencies, advocacy groups, educational representatives, faith leaders, veterans, and many more stakeholders. We have a draft suicide prevention roadmap that is currently under public review, and we welcome everyone's input. Information on this initiative, along with suicide prevention resources, can be found at our website. Well, it's part of our county website, which is www.mtyhd.org/MICHopes. And all information is in English and Spanish, including the draft roadmaps. We know that our Board of Supervisors will be busy on September 28th, which is our first coalition meeting. However, if any of your staff are available and free, we would love to have them come join us. And we're fortunate in Monterey County to have strong partnerships in this work, and one of our biggest allies is Suicide Prevention Services of the Central Coast. I'm pleased to introduce Celeste Cisneros, who is their bilingual outreach coordinator, and she'd like to share a few words.
Thank you, Dana. September is Suicide Prevention Month. Across the state and country, communities are coming together to raise awareness, lower the stigma, and help one another navigate surviving suicidal crisis. Family Service Agency of the Central Coast, it's a community behavioral health promoting better mental health outcomes and helping community members find support. Suicide Prevention Service of the Central Coast has been providing life-saving support to Monterey County residents for over 60 years. Through our 24-hour suicidal crisis hotline, we respond to community members who are suicidal in crisis, concerned about loved one grieving a loss or needing resources. We are pleased to say that with support, most people can survive a suicidal crisis and go to live a fulfilling life. We also work to reduce stigma and increase awareness in the community by providing trainings for service providers, educational presentation for the general population and youth, and a wide variation of messaging and marketing activities. We also provide support groups and resources to those who have lost a loved one to suicide and they are in grief or need heal. Statistically speaking, in 2020, overall call volume went up with 2 times the calls in some months compared to the previous years. More calls were taken from youth, people at higher or immediate risk of suicide, third parties, and people experiencing substance abuse and or domestic violence. Males, American, Indians, Asian, Pacific, and whites, older adults, veterans, those living in rural areas, and LGBTQ youth and adults are the following population groups that are disproportionately affected by suicide risk. There are steps we can all take to prevent suicide. On the individual level, know the warning signs of suicide. Be willing to ask someone you are concerned about directly if they are thinking of suicide. Understand the basic of a safety plan. Know the resource for support. On the community level, advocate for and support suicide prevention training for professional providers and creating a system of suicide prevention in your community. Become involved with local suicide prevention efforts, specifically the newly forming MC Hopes Coalition that is taking a strategic approach to preventing suicide. Lastly, I want to mention that our training is coming up This year's theme is local people helping local people. The next volunteer response training, which will be held virtually via Zoom, begins October 7th. You don't need a ton of experience or a particular degree. A willing heart and an open mind and a little free time is enough. Please email SPS 24hours at fsa-ccc.org or submit a volunteer interest form at suicidepreventionservice.org. I know where you want to end.
I think so. Yeah, no, we just really appreciate the Board of Supervisors support and allowing us some time to speak on this very important topic. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have a framed resolution that will be delivered shortly. We're just in the finalizing of the framing right now. So thank you for being here and thank you for the work that you do. It really does matter, and we appreciate you and all of the volunteers who support the work. Thank you. All right, next up, we'll move on to a presentation by Supervisor Adams for a resolution honoring the Pacific Grove Public Library upon the September 18th, 2021 celebration of the rededication of the renewed library for the community. And I'll pass the microphone over to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I do hope that we have Diana Goodwin, who is the Pacific Grove Library Director, and Heather Lazare, who is the Chairman of the Pacific Grove Library Advisory Board, with us via Zoom. I think they're out there somewhere. I will be able to, I will announce the resolution today, but I will also be presenting the resolution in person on September 18th at the celebration of the rededication of the renewed library in Pacific Grove. And the importance of this resolution is that in 1886, the Pacific Grove Library Association established a reading room, a reading corner for reading and personal enrichment, which in 1888, 1 year before the city of Pacific Grove was even incorporated, became established as the Pacific Grove Circulating Library. In 1905, the Pacific Grove Free Public Library became the first library in Monterey County to welcome the public without dues or subscription. That led to the establishment of a permanent Carnegie Library in Pacific Grove, built with a $10,000 grant from Andrew Carnegie and a parcel of land from the Pacific Improvement Company for a total cost of $14,000. Whereas in 1908, the Pacific Grove Public Library opened at 550 Central Avenue and continuously provided library services to people of all ages at the same location for 111 years. This includes services throughout the 2020 pandemic shutdown, which resulted in a 60% increase in e-resource downloads. Community demand led to the vision of the Library Renewal Project, an extensive interior remodel to preserve the community's past, enhance the present, and prepare for the future. And whereas hundreds of generous community donors, including businesses, service groups, local foundations, nonprofits, and the city of Pacific Grove, together contributed more than $3 million for the Pacific Grove Public Library Renewal Project through a capital campaign led by the Friends of the Pacific Grove Public Library and the Pacific Grove Public Library Foundation. And whereas the Pacific Grove Public Library Renewal Project began in November of 2019 and was completed by July 2020 ahead of schedule and under budget during a pandemic. It was designed by architect Karen Payson of KPA+D, constructed by Avila Construction Company and subcontractors, and overseen by the City of Pacific Grove's Public Works. And whereas the original 1908 Carnegie Rotunda is now refinished and revealed, a central history space was created to preserve and display irreplaceable local archives. It's comfortable, accessible, and welcoming, a community space where these places were refreshed for all ages and abilities. Building systems, restrooms, carpeting, shelving, and fixtures were updated. Usability and accessibility was improved. Connectivity and technology infrastructure has been improved for 21st century needs. And whereas the successful completion of the Pacific Grove Public Library Renewal Project, led by the vision and dedication of library and city employees and library volunteer groups, funded by the generosity of many, many community donors, and made possible by the love and support of countless Pacific Grove Public Library patrons through the ages, will ensure that the Pacific Grove Public Library will provide the joy of reading and lifelong learning to meet the needs of generations to come. Now therefore be it resolved that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all the county and its residents thereof, hereby congratulates the Pacific Grove Public Library and the community it serves upon the successful completion of the library renewal project and the rededication of the renewed Pacific Grove Public Library on September 18th, 2021. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do not know if Diana or Heather are able to speak to the item. Well, I will be happy to be able to present the resolution to them on Saturday, the 18th at the rededication ceremony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Supervisor Adams. I spent many, many, many hours in the Pacific Grove Library as a young person, reading and checking out books. And I'm excited to get over to see the improvements that have been made.
That explains your success today.
Let's see here. Next up, we have a presentation, adopting resolution. We're going to skip ahead to, you ready to go? Okay. We're going to do item number 7, adopt a resolution in appreciation of Andre Moscata for winning a gold medal in boxing at the National Junior Olympics and Summer Festival in Lubbock, Texas. And I'll pass the microphone over to Supervisor Lopez to make a
Madam Chair.
presentation.
Thank you. I want to invite Andre Mosqueda up. Andre, join me up here. Andre is currently a student at Del Rey in King City. I was also a Dolphin, so I'm very honored to be here today to be able to congratulate him upon representing our area so well. He boxes with the King City Boxing Gym in King City, coached by Rodolfo Tapia, a great coach who's led many of our young people to success. But Andre recently went to Lubbock, Texas, representing King City and Monterey County, and he earned a gold medal representing all of California extremely well. So we wanted to stop our business today and recognize you as a champion, as somebody that we're extremely proud of, who has done so much for our community by being the best person you can be, given all the awesome opportunity that Coach Tapia has brought into your life. We want to thank you for standing up and being a champion and showing off our community. I want to give you an opportunity to share a few comments with us. Is that okay? Andre, a round of applause. Yes. Oh, camera's up there. Can you wave to the public? So I'm going to ask you for one more favor, Andre. We're standing here today, and I want to ask you for a favor. If you do me the honor of signing with this gold pen, this glove, so I can show it off in my office and tell everybody about you and all the pride that you've brought to South Monterey County. Is that okay? All right. Perfect. Thank you. We thank you for being our champion, and we look forward to all your continued success. We don't have the full framed resolution today, but our colleagues have all signed it. We're going to put it together, and we'll make sure that we get it to you and your parents. Thank you guys so much for creating an awesome individual. Thank you guys. Congratulations, Andre.
And we do have a few comments from Supervisor Alejo to add.
I just wanted to take a moment as a big boxing fan to let Andre know that we're following him. We follow Supervisor Lopez, and I follow the news and all the great work that Coach Tapia is doing there, not only with Andre, but the many other young boxers out of King City. I know we're going to see a future world champion come out of King City, and I hope that's going to be Andre. And Andre, congratulations winning the national junior championships. is something that not every young person can accomplish. So I think from the Board of Supervisors, we just want to thank you. Stay focused on boxing, focused on school, and being a positive role model. You have made your family and your community and Monterey County very proud today. So congratulations to you and your parents.
Wonderful. And thanks for sitting through a democracy lesson this morning, too. We'll be watching you. All right. Next up, we're going to go to item number 6, which is adopting a resolution recognizing Adele Prese upon her retirement after a lifetime in public service and serving as the chief of police for the city of Salinas. And I'll pass the microphone over to Supervisor Alejo for some comments.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is going to be short because we had Chief Prese lined up on Zoom, tested her mic, and then she had an emergency come up, so she had to leave. But I think I at least want to say a few words thanking her for her tremendous leadership as police chief of the Salinas Police Department, and prior to that as the chief for the Greenfield Police Department. And I know tomorrow they're doing a special honoring for her, so we'll make sure to present the resolution tomorrow to her. But I just wanted to say a few words so she knows and her family knows how much Salinas and Monterey County appreciated her work in Monterey County. She began her public service career in 1985 as an active duty member of the United States Marine Corps. In 1994, she joined the Corpus Christi Police Department as a patrol officer and rose through the ranks as a field training officer, senior officer, lieutenant, and deputy chief. She provided strong leadership to police personnel in a wide range of assignments and capacities. In 2014, Chief Prese became the police chief for the city of Greenfield, where she worked to foster an environment of accountability, collaboration, and safety. 2 years later, she joined as the police chief for the city of Salinas, where she led 230 law enforcement officers and professional staff in the protection of life and property to 170,000 residents. By infused intelligence-minded approaches with community policing and problem solving, Chief Prese created an effective, customized approach to address crime and quality of life issues in her jurisdiction. She's credited with a significant and historic reduction in crime in Salinas, including an 85% reduction in homicides over a 5-year period. I also want to add that she also is responsible for hiring a record number of diverse police officers and a record number of women in the Salinas Police Department. She earned a Bachelor's of Science degree in Criminal Justice Administration from Cal State University, Hayward, and a minor in sociology in 1992, and she later earned a Master's of Science in Public Safety in 2011. Beyond her duties as a police chief, she was involved in a wide range of community organizations and services, but she was also an interim chairperson of the YWCA. She was a member of the Salinas Downtown Rotary, the president of the Monterey County Chiefs Law Enforcement Officer Association, and she was on the board of directors for many years for the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace. So I think on her retirement, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we do want to congratulate Chief Prese and thank her for many years of exemplary public service to the city of Salinas and Monterey County, and wishing her and her family happiness and a fulfilling retirement. With that, Chief Prese, I know you're not here, but I just wanted to let you know how much we appreciate your lifetime of service to the residents of Monterey County and making some needed changes after Salinas and the police department went through some challenging time a few years ago. Your approach to leadership and community policing have really made a tremendous difference. There's more to do, but I think you will leave the next chief in good hands and continue the work that you left here in Salinas. And I think you have left the police department and our community in a much better place than it was when you arrived here. With that, I'll pass it to any of my colleagues if they want to say anything.
And I'll actually invite Chief Prese to make some comments of her own. She was able to, it looks like, join us again after handling the emergency.
All right, thank you.
Chief.
Everything is good. Supervisor Alejo and Board of Supervisors, thank you so much for this recognition. It has been an absolute honor, and I have fallen in love with the Salinas Valley, and I will miss all of you. I think that although 100% of the time we haven't always shared the same exact opinion on approaches, but I know that each and every one of you are acting in the best interest of your community. And I really respect the work that all of you do. It has been an absolute honor serving here in Monterey County. And I will be around. I'm right in town in Salinas right now. So I hope to see you tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. And I'll keep my comments very short here as well as there. And thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. And on behalf of my colleagues, we wish you a very well-deserved retirement. And we do have a framed resolution that we will be getting delivered to you soon. With that, I have one final presentation today. Item number 8 is to adopt a resolution proclaiming September 15th to October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month in Monterey County. And I was just going to read a few of the highlights from the resolution. And I think it's significant recognizing this here in Monterey County, given that Latinas and Hispanic residents represent 18.5% of our United States population, nearly 40% of Californians, and 59.4% of Monterey County residents. This demographic has contributed significantly to the success of local agriculture, art, education, and local politics. This year's theme for Hispanic Heritage Month is Esperanza, a celebration of Hispanic heritage and hope, inviting all of us to celebrate Hispanic heritage and to reflect on how great our tomorrow can be if we hold on to resilience and hope. And the resolution encourages all residents to reflect on the contributions that Hispanic and Latino residents have had here in Monterey County in the past and will continue to make in the future. I do have with us today, I believe Jesus Valenzuela is still on the line with us. And if we were here in person, we would be presenting you with a signed resolution that can be hung, but we will get that to you moving forward. Let's see here. We are going to move on now from presentations and resolutions to appointments. We have 2 appointments on our agenda today, item number 10 and 11, and we can take that as a consent batch if there's any of my colleagues would like to make a motion.
Approval.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Phillips, a second from Adams. Is there any public comment on our appointment calendar today? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. And thank you to our volunteer commissioners who represent the county in a number of different boards and committees. Next up, we have our consent calendar, items number 18 through 43. Are there any items to be pulled from today's calendar or comments for the calendar before we take action? I'm not seeing any nods here. And I'm not seeing any hands raised. I did just want to make a brief comment on item number 31, which is base wage increases, fairly significant number of positions that the county had previously been significantly below market in our base pay rate. And this action is to follow through on a compensation study that was done, which will allow us to bring these particular group of employees up to competitive base wage salary. And I think that it's important that we compensate county staff who really are working hard. So I think we've got a lot more work to do in this space. And I just want to share this is an example of the commitment that I hear from my colleagues. Is there any public comment on our consent calendar today? And Deborah, I do see your hand up. Our item, the Prop 68 grant item will be in the afternoon, but you're welcome to comment if you have any consent calendar comments. We do have one public comment here in the audience.
Good morning. My name is Isabel Cisneros, and I have worked for the Monterey County for 7 years as an eligibility specialist. I am a proud union steward and had the privilege to represent my coworkers as a committee member in the total compensation study for the Unit K. After years of struggle and advocacy, specific Unit K behavioral health and social services positions are receiving the economic recognition they deserve. This economic realignment is a step forward in addressing the critical staffing shortages the county is currently facing. Our union will continue to keep the needs of our community at the forefront, and we will continue to collaborate in order to recruit and retain employees that can provide life-saving services. To achieve that, the county must recognize that we, your employees, are not immune to hardships that affect all people in Monterey County. The lack of affordable housing, the rising cost of living, and the need for reliable and affordable healthcare. For this reason, I and my fellow union members strongly support the Unit K total compensation study recommendation presented today. Thank you for your time, and thank you for standing with us in unity.
Thank you for joining us and for your comments this morning. I'm not seeing any other public comment, so we'll close public comment on our consent agenda, and happy to entertain a motion. I have a motion from Lopez, a second from Adams, and we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams? Aye. And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right. Moving right along to item 12 on our agenda is a call for general public comments for items not on today's agenda elsewhere. I will just do a quick time check. It is 11:38. We had things run a little bit later, and we do definitely want to make sure we have time for our presentation from the probation department this morning. So we welcome public comment, and thank you for joining us today.
Good morning. Name is Eric Peterson. And as I mentioned earlier, I've just had the opportunity to spend some time in a few other states. And it's always interesting to notice where California is better than other states, where California is worse than other states, and just how far behind other states Caltrans can be. Want to speak specifically towards tourist type things, because I went through an awful lot of tourist trap areas in various places, and it's interesting how they will do things, shall I say, smarter than we do sometimes. The best move I can recall in our area is a few years ago when Soledad put up some signs declaring themselves the gateway to Pinnacles National Park, and their sales tax revenue went up 10% in a year. I'm not aware of anything close to that in Monterey County. Yet you see other places with all sorts of things to attract tourists, and they're making money off people like me. I didn't even know there were wineries in Arkansas, and it was just an interesting thing to stumble on. But for an area with the spectacular attractions we have, it just seems that a little more thinking going into attracting tourists could be a lot more income. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome home. Any other public comment? I'm not seeing any other general public comment. Oh, we've got one here in the audience. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, Wes White, Salinas, Monterey County Homeless Union Co-President. Calling back again, of course, they're doing sweeps here in Salinas, so it's not just only your jurisdiction, but it's every jurisdiction. We have a continuum of care that even the chair is vehemently opposed to sanctioned encampments, any kind of running water or electricity. We need to bring services to people where they're at. You know, you're driving people out, you're destroying affordable housing. The city's about to allocate $2 million for sweeps specifically, and yet we're going to help people. We're allocating all our money to destroy people. And it happens throughout every jurisdiction, almost what happened at the county parking lot, you know, in Marina. We need to do things differently. There needs to be a lot more coordination. You remember the civil grand jury report that said who's in charge anyway, because obviously we're not trying to take control, and you folks are the entity, the one that gets all the money for people. So we need to actually allocate that better. You need to make sure that your jurisdictions aren't destroying camps. They need to support them. If you don't want them in these specific locations, you need to open up other locations. You can't just say no all the way around. We got 1,300 people in Salinas that are like just getting swatted like flies, and they're just supposed to stay flying in the air all the time. It's insane. You know, what are we doing for people? We're not. We're actually trying to kill people, and that's what it feels like, and that's what shows. It needs to stop. And that timer right there being only a minute and a half. Come on, City of Salinas gives 2 minutes. It used to be 3 minutes. What's happening here? You did all your presentations. You ain't got no time for public. Come on. And stop the sweeps.
Thank you for your comments today.
Hi, my name is Rita Acosta. I'm also here to speak about the displaced people here. Again, we or you guys get funding to help people. I just want to say, the campsites didn't happen overnight. They've been there for a long time. And if there was a lot of stuff going on to help people, they still wouldn't be there. So I feel, if you can't have or help people put a roof over their head, should stop them from putting one over theirs. People are being moved out right now. They have no place, they don't even know where they're going to go because everybody tells them to leave, but no direction to go where. And I don't know if you've ever been in that situation, probably not, but it really feels bad. And there is people trying to commit suicide and hurting themselves. Some people don't even know what to do, and what do you do? What do you tell somebody when you're trying to help them, when they're asking where to go and you can't give them that information because the city says you can't be here, the county says you can't be there. Where are people to go? So you take away their tents and stuff like that. What are they supposed to just walk in limbo in the streets? I just, a lot of mental health. We need a lot of services for mental health out here. Nobody wants to come out here and serve the people because it is bad. It's bad. What is it going to take for people to get help? We're building all kinds of housing for other people, but what about our people here? City of Salinas and stuff, we need to make decisions for the people who live here, not just the best decisions for the city.
Thank you for joining us today, Rita. We have one online comment from Tom.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I'd like to second what Wes White has to say, because I've been here a long time, passing out stuff to homeless people, and then come to find out that everything we handed out gets thrown away by the Smith and Wright landscaping company, who I don't even think is properly licensed to remove hazardous bio waste. And so, yeah, they really need to get a different viewpoint here. The community members go collect blankets, and we buy stuff on Amazon, and we go like Steve Diaz bail bonds brings the stuff to the people, and then we find out that it's all being thrown in the dumpster by these city contractors. So I really think they need housing first philosophy. What's going on now is just like downtown Salinas. They tore out all the nice landscaping and all the nice seating and put in these green anti-homeless chairs. It's just disgusting. $23 million wasted. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for joining us, Tom. There's one additional hand raised for public comments, so we'll go to Bernie, and then I'm going to close public comments so that we have time to have our next presentation.
Yeah, just real quick, I think, the homeless situation, right? It's very personal to me as well, understanding having friends and family members that are struggling with trying to find a roof, let alone just survive, right? So just rethinking about what happened, what's going on at the way we're viewing, this like punitive and retributive approach to these social conditions, right? And so maybe start moving away from that and really start being innovative too. It's like, how can we, do something? I know that understanding that this is like that we have the city council also, not doing anything about that, but having the county also take up maybe that flag and just start pushing the city council as well, and just start leading with the with people's livelihood and betterhood, just on the forefront, and just maybe trimming back down a little bit of that sheriff's department's budget, right? Just continue on the next one. But yeah, thank you. I'll just stay. I'll yield my time.
Thank you for your comments today, Bernie. All right, we're going to close public comment and move on to our one scheduled 10:30 item this morning, which is to receive a presentation from the Probation Department on the Juvenile Justice Realignment of 2020, which is SB 823 and SB 92. We had 30 minutes allocated for this presentation. I am doing a quick time check. It's 11:47, and we do have closed session items to cover at lunch today. So I don't want to offer short shrift to this important presentation, but just if we could keep an eye on the clock. I'll pass it over to Julie Kenyon from the Probation Department to make a presentation for us. And I see Todd Keating is with us also, Probation Director.
Thank you, Chair Root Askew and members of the board. I'm Chief Probation Officer Todd Keating, and I appreciate this opportunity to share information on SB 823 and its impact on Monterey County. I'd like to introduce Director Julie Kenyon, who is already sharing her screen. So being cognizant of the time, I will pass it on to Julie.
Madam Chair, board members, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to discuss SB 823 and SB 92 and their impact upon Monterey County. There is a lot of information to provide, so I'm going to try to move quickly. We do want to give all the information we can to you so that you can be properly informed. In September of 2020, the governor signed SB 823, which transfers the responsibility of managing serious youthful offenders who would have been previously committed by the court and housed in regional centers operated by the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, Division of Juvenile Justice, or DJJ, to the counties. Probation departments must now develop a local secure rehabilitation program to manage this population. Youth can be committed to such a secure program by the courts after making a legal finding that a less restrictive alternative placement is unsuitable. But before providing explanation regarding this legislation, it's important to reflect upon the significant reforms that have occurred over the past 20 years in the juvenile justice system, beginning with the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act of 2000, which provided stable funding for local juvenile justice programs. During this period of time, there was a significant number of youth in detention statewide as the result of a juvenile justice system that was focused upon sanction as opposed to rehabilitation and intervention. Each county now has a juvenile justice coordinating council chaired by the chief probation officer to review and update the county juvenile justice plan each year. The implementation of evidence-based programming and training for staff in conjunction with the utilization of validated risk assessments and individual case plans, as well as a cultural shift that recognizes the impact of trauma upon delinquency, has resulted in a significantly reduced number of youth in detention statewide. For a point of reference, in 1998, Monterey County had a high of 187 youth at DJJ. Today, there are 30, which represents less than 1% of all adjudicated youth in Monterey County. Utilizing the system of graduated responses in place within the probation department, we hope to continue to reduce the number of youth committed to long-term detention in the future. Through prevention, through the use of the Silver Star Resource Center, a multi-agency collaboration of government agencies and community-based organizations who work to reduce risk factors that precipitate youth entering the system and risk factors that increase the likelihood of delinquent behavior. Through diversion, through the review of citations and referrals to the juvenile justice system for determination of diversion programming and low-level interventions in lieu of formal prosecution, examples of which are the restorative justice program, the merchant accountability panel, the use of informal probation or probation without supervision, without court wardship, deferred entry of judgment, and referrals to community-based organizations for appropriate therapeutic services. Through graduated interventions, a wide range of accountability-based structure and incremental responses, coupled with rehabilitative programs that address underlying risk factors that are the most likely to produce change in offenders, saving detention for those behaviors that place the youth and community at the greatest risk for harm. Through custody, traditionally it has been used for youth determined by the court to require continued detention. Youth can be committed by the juvenile court to a short-term period of detention at juvenile hall or committed to the structured therapeutic residential program at the youth center. With the passing of 823, the probation department must now contemplate a long-term detention program utilizing both facilities at different intervals. And through reentry, beginning at the time of arrest, the goal of successful reintegration of youth to the community after detention as productive and positive citizens. So what is 823? Commencing July 1, 2021, Senate Bill 823 directs the Division of Juvenile Justice to cease acceptance of youth, as well as transfers the responsibility of supervision for youth in the realigned population to county governments. Any youth committed to DJJ prior to July 1 will continue to remain under the care of the state of California in a designated facility until June 30 of 2023. Each local jurisdiction is required now to develop a plan to address the housing, treatment, services, supervision, and reentry of the realigned population, including youth committed to a secure county-based custody facility after the identified date. With this transfer, the responsibility of the state, as well as the litigated benchmarks for rehabilitation programs and services, safety and security of this population transfers to the county of commitment. According to Welfare and Institutions Code 1995, subsection A, to be eligible for funding for this population, the county shall create a subcommittee of the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, the JJCC, to develop a plan describing the facilities, programs, placements, services, and reentry strategies that are needed to provide appropriate rehabilitation and supervision for realigned youth resulting from the closure. This plan is to be completed and submitted to the newly created Office of Youth and Community Restoration, the OYCR, by January 2022. The youth contemplated by this legislation are high-risk, high-needs offenders age 14 and above that have been adjudicated for commission of the most serious and violent of crimes, those codified in Section 707B of the Penal Code, and those that have been determined to be unsuitable for a less restrictive or alternative placement by the juvenile courts. So the main elements, intake to DJJ stops on July 1 of this year. The creation of the OYCR under the California Health and Human Services Agency. It will be required to evaluate the effectiveness of local programs utilized for the realigned youth population. It will also assume the duties and authority associated with DJJ. Requires that the subcommittee of the JJCC created to develop a county plan to describe services, responses, and anticipated distribution of grant funds identified to address specific behavioral or trauma-based needs of youth, the strategies identified to support family engagement and reentry, and the methods to incentivize or facilitate the retention of this population within the juvenile justice system in lieu of transfers to the adult court system. Additionally, the subcommittee must provide a detailed facility plan that identifies the housing or confinement of the realigned youth at varying levels of offense severity and treatment needs, as well as any required improvements that may be necessary to safely accommodate and provide treatment for long-term commitments in our local custody. And finally, to describe data collection efforts for the population to determine the results of programs and interventions supported by state block funds. Beginning fiscal year 22-23, county plans must be submitted and approved by the OYCR. Established funding for the realignment under block grants is being given to each of the counties. Planning for a comprehensive disposition track to be submitted by the legislature by March of 2021, which happened and became SB 92. And it required the Department of Justice to create a replacement data collection system. So what changes under 823? Well, the framework. The intent of the legislature and the administration for counties in 823 is to use evidence-based and promising practices and programs that improve the outcomes of youth and public safety, reduce the transfer of youth into the adult criminal justice system, ensure that dispositions are in the least restrictive and most appropriate setting, reduce and then eliminate racial and ethnic disparities, and reduce the use of confinement in the juvenile justice system by utilizing community-based responses and interventions. The methodology, utilization of the plan established by the JJCC subcommittee to meet the mandates of the legislation, utilizing the expertise and input of each committee member to develop a comprehensive plan that embodies the holistic and transformative shift in juvenile justice that was outlined in 823. The age of jurisdiction. It establishes that the age of jurisdiction is 23 for youth adjudicated of a crime listed in Penal Code Section 707B. Age 25 for youth adjudicated of offenses that would result in an aggregate sentence of more than 7 years in adult court. And it establishes the age of juvenile court jurisdiction to 21 for all other youth. State oversight. Moving from the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation and the Board of State and Community Corrections to Health and Human Services in the Office of Youth and Community Restoration. The main elements of SB 92, it was chaptered in May of 2021. When 823 was originally signed, DJJ was set to close through attrition. SB 92 established a hard closure date of June 30, 2023, meaning that any youth still housed at DJJ at that time would be transferred back to their committing county. It also sets up a sentencing structure for the court to use in cases that would have previously been sent to DJJ. It allows counties to establish secure youth treatment facilities. The secure program may be standalone or a portion of an existing county facility. It can be operated, utilized, or accessed by the county of commitment or under contract with another county. Rather than utilize the services of neighboring counties, as is being done by many other jurisdictions, the probation department has determined that the needs of our high-risk youth committed to long-term detention by the juvenile court could be met by utilizing juvenile hall as the designated secure track facility and utilizing the youth center as a less restrictive setting or a step down from that secure track within juvenile hall. This decision would enable the youth to maintain ties to the community and family, as well as access a continuum of care in the community upon release. SB 92 mandates. It requires that individualized rehabilitation plans are developed by a multidisciplinary team and submitted to the court for review in all secure track cases. The law mandates that programming be evidence-based, promising, culturally responsive, and trauma-informed. Every youth coming into custody will go through the assessment process to identify needs and risks, and will begin the reentry process through family engagement. The secure track population will be with us for a longer period of time than our regular wards. So additional education, medical, vocational, and housing needs will need to be addressed. It establishes baseline terms of confinement to be used by our courts, which will now be responsible for both the imposition of sentence and now the determination of appropriateness for release from secure custody to a less restrictive environment, and ultimately the youth's release to the community in supervision terms. It establishes a minimum schedule of program review by our juvenile court. While 823 mandates review once every 6 months, our court has requested formal review once every 90 days. The Office of Youth and Community Restoration, the OYCR, the responsibilities include identifying and disseminating best practices and assessing the efficacy of local programs, provide policy recommendations, and provide technical assistance. To develop data collection systems to analyze youth outcomes. Established an ombudsman to receive and assess complaints and provide reports of the same to the legislature. And to review juvenile justice realignment grants and develop policy recommendations to improve outcomes and integrate programs and services to support youth. The juvenile justice realignment block grants now provide state general funds for county-based custody, care, and supervision of youth who are realigned from DJJ or who were otherwise eligible for commitment to DJJ prior to its closure. Funding was allocated to the counties through a legislative schedule. In Monterey County, this translates to $983,841 in year one, $2,905,404 in fiscal year 22-23, and $4,814,277 in fiscal year 23-24. One-time funding related to infrastructure needs or facility improvements were made available upon application to the state. through the Youth Programs and Facilities Grant. Monterey County made a successful application for these funds and was awarded $152,571. Timelines for our realignments. The local plan for fiscal year 21-22 was created prior to the transfer of responsibilities from the state of California and was provided to this board in June. This plan is intended to be a living document. Changes are expected as programming plans are solidified and new ideas are developed through the JJCC subcommittee. The plan for fiscal year 22-23 must be submitted to the OYCR by January 1. Future plans will be submitted on an annual basis by May 1. So what is the Monterey County Plan strategy? Well, to build. Our primary focus will be to build and strengthen supervision strategies, as well as programming and behavioral health services for youth in and out of custody in order to improve outcomes and keep youth from failing into a DJJ type sentence through continued delinquency. This includes the expansion and improvement of lower level services in order to reserve secure track beds for only the most serious and high needs of offenders. Juvenile Hall will be Monterey County's primary secure youth treatment facility. So a portion of Juvenile Hall will be utilized for that population, while the rest of Juvenile Hall will operate as it normally would. The youth center may be used by the court as a step-down option for youth in the secure track who are doing well in order to provide a less restrictive environment. Other options are being explored, such as regional or county-to-county agreements that may be used in cases where we cannot safely or effectively house an individual due to his or her specific needs. Had the new juvenile hall been completed as designed, we would have been much more prepared to absorb this responsibility, as we would have had a self-contained housing unit with dedicated programming and education space for the secure track population. As it stands, we must now be hypervigilant in our classification and supervision practices to ensure a safe environment for staff and residents, since all of our various populations will be essentially sharing the same spaces. Implement. The youth assessment screening instrument, the YASI, was incorporated into the DJJ assessment and classification system following the Farrell lawsuit. This instrument identifies risk, needs, strength, and protective factors in youth that are then utilized in developing a viable rehabilitation case plan. The instrument has been validated on California youth, vetted in our court system, and it accurately identifies areas of risk to reoffend and the needs for treatment. It also tells us where the youth's strengths are to build upon. Monterey County plans to utilize this tool to conduct assessments and create rehabilitative treatment plans for submission to our courts. Strengthen. The probation department will strengthen safety and security in our local facilities to accommodate long-term commitments, as our existing facilities were not designed for such a population. Assign. Additional staff from Children's Behavioral Health and the Probation Department will be assigned to provide services and provide youth supervision both in the facilities and in the community, and provide ongoing case management for youth committed to our local custody. Expand. With the expectation of long-term local commitments, the Probation Department will be required to expand existing medical, dental, and behavioral health services to meet the needs of the realigned population. Establish. The department plans to establish regional agreements for specialized populations that cannot be integrated into the general population, or whether or not we will be willing to accept youth from other counties that are unable to provide services. Initiate. The new juvenile hall project was originally planned to have a self-contained high security housing unit. This unit was descoped from the project along with additional planned program space, a kitchen, school classrooms, recreation areas, a dining hall, laundry, and a warehouse storage space. The Probation Department will initiate discussion and research regarding additional construction at our existing site to appropriately manage and house the long-term high-risk realigned population within Juvenile Hall, which was originally designed to be a short-term detention facility for pre-adjudicated youth. The annual plan to be reviewed by the OYCR requires that the population to be served by state funds is specifically defined, that we describe the facilities, programs, placements, and services to be utilized in providing treatment for this population. that we provide a description of the range of services and programs to be provided, making sure that any programs meet the enumerated expectations of the legislation. That we detail facility plans to house, classify, and treat the realigned youth population. We describe how the plan will incentivize or facilitate the retention of our target population within the juvenile jurisdiction and rehabilitative foundation of the juvenile court in lieu of transfer to the adult criminal justice system. We need to outline any regional agreements with other counties for service and detail how data will be collected for the realigned population, the utilization of evidence-based and promising practices and programs that improve outcomes for youth and public safety. The department is working to develop programs with children's behavioral health to expand mental health services, substance abuse education, sex offender treatment services, and to implement trauma-based practices in all facility operations, including intake assessment to identify trauma in youth. The department plans to develop and expand vocational, educational, occupational, and rehabilitative programming and opportunities for youth, including transitional reentry services for youth exiting our facilities, and will include continuing services through community-based organizations and collaborative agencies. So who are the Monterey County youth currently in DJJ? As of August 27, there are 30 youth currently committed to the Department of Juvenile Justice, primarily for crimes of violence, and the demographics of the offenders reveal that they are primarily Hispanic males between the ages of 17 and 21 years of age. There are no females presently in DJJ custody from Monterey County. The average length of stay prior to release to community supervision is within the 21 and 48-month range, with the majority being granted release at the 28-month commitment mark, depending on the type of crime they are there for. And as of September 2, the probation department has one local commitment under SB 823. Juvenile hall will be utilized for short-term commitments, youth awaiting adjudication, and the secure track populations. The youth center will be utilized for both a long-term secure residential program in lieu of a long-term local commitment by the court, as well as a step-down, less secure dorm setting that allows for furlough release to work, school, or community services, as well as planning for reentry and reintegration into the community. The department plans to seek out regional, state, and county-to-county agreements for possible utilization of available services, such as the Pine Grove Fire Camp and the Metro State Hospital, and regional services for specified types of offenders who may have needs that are better suited for group treatment with similarly situated peers. We will enhance and expand our facility safety, supervision, and programming to meet the diverse needs of all youth, including high-needs youth in the secure track program within juvenile hall, and the step-down program within the youth center. This will include appropriate supervision, separation, and classification of multiple groups of youth, some of whom represent vastly different risks and needs across the developmental spectrum. In consideration of our limited space and classification needs for all these groups, and the limitations of the descoped juvenile hall, the department hopes to continue development of the site to include additional housing, storage, recreation, and programming space to accommodate the needs of our realigned population, so that any long-term commitment case can receive the expanded services and programming that's being envisioned by my department. So juvenile hall, the new facility consists of 2 housing units with 30 beds each and 1 dormitory unit with 20 beds. It should be pointed out that each of our housing units only has 25 rooms, as 5 of the rooms are double occupancy. Ideally, the department will never be in a position where we are forced to house 2 youth in the same room, as such an arrangement can present heightened safety and security concerns. Because of the descope of the facility, adequate recreation, storage, and programming space are stretched to capacity, often requiring the classroom and visitation spaces to be used to accommodate the multitude of ongoing programs and activities of our differing groups within the facility, each group having different security and safety needs. The youth center consists of 4 bays. 3 can accommodate 16 youth and 1 can accommodate 12 youth. The court uses the youth center in more serious cases that require services be delivered in a custodial situation. The youth center is designated as a camp by the state and is a less secure environment for the youth as there are no individual rooms. The court may also allow youth sentenced to the secure track at juvenile hall to complete their in-custody sentence at the youth center as a step-down placement for those youth who have progressed positively in our secure track program. The youth center also provides meals and laundry service for both institutions. There are many challenges to implementing SB 823, starting with the fact that our local juvenile facilities were not designed with this population in mind. The OYCR is still in development stages, so there's been very little guidance from the state of California. The Chief Probation Officers of California, CPOC, and the California State Association of Counties, CSAC, have created a consortium to develop options that counties can use for secure track placements that cannot be safely or effectively handled at the local level. This consortium is in the development stage now. Managing the in-custody population during the pandemic has also been a challenge, but hopefully this will be a temporary issue. DJJ closing on June 30, 2023 will result in youth still there being returned to our local custody. Monterey County currently has 30 youth at DJJ, so we absolutely expect to have youth coming back to our local custody in 2023. The state has not created the new reporting system discussed in SB 823 legislation, so the department is uncertain as to what data collection protocols will be requested, how the requested information is to be collected and submitted, or how the data and evaluations of programming and policy will be conducted. We established the JJCC subcommittee. We have conducted public meetings and submitted an initial county plan for review by this board in advance of the deadline established by the state. These meetings will continue into the future, and the recommendations of the subcommittee will be reviewed for inclusion in the county plan. We did determine that Monterey County's youth are best served locally and that our department has the capacity to serve the needs of the realigned population. And we applied for and received one-time grant funding from the Regional Youth Program and Facility Grant. So ongoing issues, we are awaiting Judicial Council guidance regarding sentencing guidelines and procedures. The availability of specialized programs is still in development statewide. As such, we're uncertain as to what services may be available for consideration by Monterey County and what costs may be associated with these programs. We await submission of the state plan template for programs under SB 823 and what requirements will be required of us by the OYCR. As indicated, the plan submitted to earlier this year for consideration is a living document, and we fully expect it to change upon receipt of many of our outstanding questions from the state of California. I think it's important to point out that the cornerstone program goals outlined in our plan, that being the improvement of youth outcomes and public safety, the utilization of trauma-informed care in all that we do, the development of effective reentry and aftercare services, the utilization of innovative and evidence-based programs and practices to provide meaningful rehabilitation to improve youth outcomes, and allowing the voices of victims and survivors to be heard and considered remain paramount to all that we do as a department. The programs outlined in the initial county plan submitted to the board are programs that are in place currently within our facilities. We are working to expand and develop additional programs to meet the needs of our realigned population. We recently met with Homeboy Industries and are attempting to secure their culturally competent art program that is currently being facilitated in Los Angeles to wide acclaim. We have now partnered with Hartnell College to provide postgraduate college courses in the facility, as well as the resources available through their Office of Equity, which includes credible mentors and leadership development programs, the Rising Scholars Network for Justice Impacted Youth, the Center for Achievement and Student Advancement Program, or MICASA, for services that may be utilized by our youth populations. And we hope to use the Salinas Valley Promise program to further the education of our youth upon reentering to the community for continuing college courses on campus. We are working with the Monterey County Office of Education to provide vocational training and certification through the secure digital ATLO platform. Additionally, MCOE has agreed to fund the installation of a facility gardening area, an outdoor classroom to expand vocational education in agriculture and development of a hands-on education experience within a secure facility. We're hoping to secure additional vocational apprenticeship programs through our local labor unions in the near future, as well as expand the programming available through our collaborative agencies and community partners. As you can see, we will be very busy over the next few months, implementing the plan through the county's budget procedures, as well as developing the fiscal year 22-23 plan prior to January 1. It's difficult to gauge how quickly we may need to ramp up the program. As indicated earlier, we now have one secure track youth locally. We are fortunate that we have good staff and good partnerships throughout all county departments. So while I don't want to speak for my chief, I do believe he is confident that we will be successful moving forward. So our next steps, we will follow county procedures to accept state funding and amend the fiscal year 21-22 budget. Already, the department has recognized the need to increase the services and professional staff available to this population through children's behavioral health. We will continue to schedule public meetings of the JJCC subcommittee and research local needs, resources, and strategies recommended by committee members and pursue contracted services and programs. We will submit the fiscal year 22-23 plan to the OYCR prior to the deadline of January 1. And we will continue to identify the needs, options, and costs for regional agreements and programs as information is made available. I want to thank you, board, Madam Chair, for your time this morning. I know I ran a little over, but there's a lot of information to provide to you. And we are thankful for the opportunity to have done so. I would ask that Chief Keating be unmuted so that we can both be available to answer any of the questions that you may have. And I thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and thank you for bringing it back. I know that the board has approved the plan document and today we're just receiving this presentation, but given that it is a living document, I did think it was important that we had an opportunity to provide some input and have a little conversation about it. So thank you for the detailed presentation. We'll start with Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you. Obviously, this is a big thing, and it's a lot of putting a lot of stress on or stress on our resources here in the county. But thank you for the report. But I guess my question: how many average a year youth are we sending to DJJ over the last 3 or 4 years? What do we talk, 6 or 7 a year?
Well, Supervisor, we've sent 45 over the past 4 years, and it's ranged anywhere between 5 and 18. So there's not a good, average, year over year.
Okay. Second question is, how does it work when a youth is certified and tried as an adult? And the person's convicted an adult, would that person still stay here until they're 18, or are they do they go to someplace, some juvenile facility before they're 18?
No, they would go to state prison if that was the sentence. That is the one population that DJJ can continue to house. They can accept somebody coming out of adult court, but generally that stays the same.
And last question: what do we do in 2023 and we get some of these kids back who are over 18? They're 19 or 20, and they're coming back. Can we house them in a juvenile facility if they're over 18?
Yeah, prior to SB 823, you would need a waiver from VSCC to house anybody over 19. But because of the changes incorporated in this law, we can house anybody up to age 25 as long as their case started in juvenile court.
Okay, good. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. For our chief of probation, how many youth do we currently have at the youth center and juvenile hall?
Combined, I believe it's 34 youth at juvenile hall today, 25 or 26 at the youth center, and 30 at DJJ.
Right. And I know you had a committee who's had prior meetings on this topic, so I'm glad this is coming forward so the public and the members of the media could also hear, because I think that information needs to get out there, that there's been some significant changes in terms of how youth are that were previously sent to DJJ will now the changes that are coming from now through 2023, and the preparations that counties have to do to be able to find other placements locally to house them. And of course, this plan, this is a particular interest of mine because prior to these new approved bills that caused these changes, we had that pending referral about the possibility of closing the youth center and consolidating the youth at both facilities into one. This obviously brings in something entirely different in terms of considerations and plans for the next 2 years. But I think for a lot of the community partners, there's the questions still remain of how we perhaps house the juvenile offenders versus those that will be returning from DJJ. In your conversations in terms of the current youth population in the juvenile hall or the youth center, I know other counties are exploring alternative types of placements, such as rather than housing youth in a juvenile hall, for example, for lower level offenses, they're looking at group homes or other types of settings. Have those discussions taken place, and has the probation department considered those in terms of if we're having a larger number of youth returning from the DJJ, and there needs to be additional security features, and so I would assume some restructuring for this the secured track treatment within the juvenile hall. Have we adequately explored other options of how we could house other youth that would normally be sent to the juvenile hall or the youth center?
Well, under the existing system, we're focusing on the entire continuum of care that's available to youth, which would include group homes, family resource agencies, and but once you get into SDRTP situations, which were formerly group homes, that's a whole other section of rules and regulations that there's reform in that regard too. So I think there are other options that need to be explored, but they don't exist right now. So I think those are the statewide conversations that looking to develop viable options that are available to the courts and to probation departments.
Thank you for that. And I look forward to getting more information and hearing more about that. And could you elaborate more about the secure track treatment? Who would be there? What changes need to be done at the new juvenile facility to be able to house those? If you could just elaborate more on the details of that secure track treatment.
Well, essentially, we're designating a portion of the juvenile hall to serve that population. And right now we have a population of 1 that falls under that category. So, there's no differentiating between the secure track and other track. It's going to be based on rehabilitative needs and classification, where there's no way to completely separate that group because, it's one facility that operates as a facility. It's going to be based on supervision and the timing of movements within the facility. That's where the focus is going to be on, as far as getting the appropriate services to the appropriate clients at any given time.
And Chief, I think prior to today's meeting, you had also mentioned that other neighboring counties were looking at how would they also house their DJJ youth offenders that will be returning. And I believe you said you had prior conversations with San Benito and Santa Cruz County. I think Santa Cruz County is sending some of its youth, or at least perhaps there were plans of you to sending them to Sonoma County. But at this point in time, just as a concern, are you, is the probation department making plans to perhaps have our facilities house youth from our neighboring counties?
At this point, no concrete plans. We do have a reciprocal agreement between us and San Benito County to house youth under certain circumstances. But long-term housing wasn't under that consideration. And frankly, I don't know how we would be able to take on that responsibility at this point. Once the consortium that Director Kenyon mentioned kind of develops a system for what's available and what the liabilities are associated with that, because there's going to have to be some shared liabilities between the counties when we enter into these agreements. I think we'll have a better idea of whether we could offer that or not.
Thank you for that. And I know in the past, we've had to send some of our youth to San Benito temporarily when there's, I think, some emergency situations. But I just wanted to flag that as a concern early on, because I don't want to, when we were having a conversation about consolidation and perhaps savings that we could invest into prevention and intervention programs in Monterey County youth. Now we're talking about expansion of some of these detention facilities for young offenders, and I think in the end, I don't think, at least for me now, wouldn't want to envision that our county becomes a place where we're talking about consolidation, and in the future it becomes a regional youth detention or incarceration facility for the 3-county region. I think that wasn't what it was envisioned, I think, by the authors of that legislation, that we just simply moved from youth being in youth prisons such as Chad and Stockton or other ones throughout the state, and now we've converted a facility, one of our facilities, into a regional center for multiple counties. I just want to flag that, and I know that's a concern I've heard from other community members, because in every county trying to find efficiencies and trying to find placements for their long-term incarcerated youth, it's really easy for other counties to say, well, let's send them to Monterey County, and then we pick up that responsibility, and instead of being able to convert a place of incarceration to other community needs in East Salinas, now I just wanted to say that I hope that that's not what we will see happen here in 3 or 5 or 10 years from now. And I think that's why this process is important, and other options for placements of our other youth, I think, needs to be part of the conversation. There needs to be further dialogue with the community. And certainly, I think for this, just in the news, we haven't seen much publicity around this. So I hope that the word gets out, the conversations happen, so that we could have more thorough discussions about what we envision in our communities for our youth, and perhaps other programs that we haven't necessarily done in the past to be able to meet the needs of our youth. I just wanted to lay that on the table at this point in time. But I look forward to hearing from the community and public comments as well.
Thank you for that feedback. I think that's exactly why we wanted to have this presentation and opportunity for discussion. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I just have 2 questions for clarification and one concern that I wanted to bring up. And perhaps I misunderstood the term for the short-term commitments. But what I was unclear about is, if we have juvenile hall for what's called the short-term commitments, and then the youth center is for the lesser crimes, where do we put the people who have longer term, and more serious crimes. Is that the secure track that you were mentioning earlier, where we just have one person now?
Well, the short-term commitments would be if the court said, you're given 10 days in juvenile hall as a sanction. That would be the short-term commitment at juvenile hall. The youth center is a year-long program, so the commitment's for a year, but most youth complete it between 6 and 9 months, and then they go home on electronic monitoring to finish out that sentence. So that's sort of like the middle ground, and then the secure track would be the long-term, formerly DJJ population.
And those are the 21 to 44 month people?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I also wanted to know, I understand that we don't have really a place for women or young women in custody. Do you know what the closest location is for custody programs for female youth?
I don't know if any counties are currently offering that. I know San Mateo County had a highly regarded program for girls, but like Supervisor Alejo mentioned, their board of supervisors did not want to open that up to the state at this point. So right now, it's a need that it's a population that's small throughout the state. So it's really just an economy of scale issue. So if you have somebody that meets that category, could they be better served in another jurisdiction? Or, if we had one girl in Monterey County, would she be best served here? I mean, I don't know the answer to that. It's a case situation.
Good. Okay, thank you. And then the concerns that I have are twofold. And for funding over the next 3 years, I know we received one grant for, I think it was 185,000. How much will we be granted by the state, and how much will be needed from the general fund or added to the probation department's budget? And then it's the same for the Monterey County Behavioral Health and the medical Natividad as well.
Well, the 152,000 grant was a one-time grant that we're utilizing for some of, like the board approved the Yazi and the consent calendar. That's what that grant is being used for, among other things. But for fiscal year 21 to 23, it's $980,000 are here in Monterey County now. I think it's 2.9 million the year after that and 4.8 million after that. So that money, much like the adult realignment monies, the CCP funds, AB 109, it's going into an account that we, based on the plan, we'll allocate it through the board, through the board process. And then everything will be paid out as a reimbursement process.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And then finally, I just have one concern, since the program sounds very good and robust. But one of the things that worries me is the reliance on behavioral health staff, because we've been hearing so much about the difficulty, the open positions that exist now within the behavioral health department. And I'm just conscious of ensuring that we are able to staff up well enough to make sure that the entire program runs smoothly, and what the plan might be as far as ensuring that we do have those critical players in place, since there appears to be a difficult time. We seem to be having a difficult time in filling those positions even now. Has there been any discussion with your colleagues about that?
It is a difficulty that exists, and we have been in discussions with our colleagues with behavioral health. And I don't know if Marnie Sandoval or anybody else is online that may be better suited to answer that question as far as their hiring.
I'm sure you'll come up with a plan. It was just the thing that popped out at me that was of concern that I had. So, I'm thinking the same way you are. Thanks very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez?
I just appreciate the presentation, the additional information, and I'll share that my main concern was around the very point that Supervisor Adams just raised, knowing the shortage of people with the necessary experience and cultural understanding of our community to serve in that role, and the lack of that pipeline currently existing into our communities is of concern, not just for this particular program, but all behavioral health. And so I share that concern and look forward to hearing about potential solutions in the near future to help address that shortage, to make sure that our kids who need that service, and I want to be clear, our kids get that assistance that they need. So I appreciate the presentation today and look forward to the continued collaboration, because I know it's, as you said, a living document and something we'll continue to work on as we move forward. I just hope that particular piece gets a little extra attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. I'll throw a couple of comments into the mix, and then we can go take it to public comment. I just wanted to thank you, Chief Keating and Director Kenyon, for bringing this presentation back, for all the work that clearly went into planning and for being ahead of the timeline in terms of getting our report submitted to the state. And I've appreciated the chance to really kind of dig in a little bit and read through the history of the legislation and the plan that we're proposing. And I think I really appreciate from the legislation that the intent is to improve the outcomes of youth who enter our juvenile justice systems, with the idea of having a less restrictive housing environment as appropriate. And the fact that we're really being asked to think differently about our youth justice systems reminds me of how we worked really hard to dismantle the model of group foster care homes, to really create home care centered models with supportive programming that follows kids, ensuring their success. So I know it's a really big task that we've got in front of us, but I know that we've done it before and we can do it again. We didn't get a line item budget as part of the presentation. There is some detail on one of the slides, and then within the plan on page 14, it does break out a little bit of a narrative around how the budget would be spent from year 1, 2, and 3. And it looks to me, so I get that, we're working to do a sort of a holistic and transformative, change of how we operate our youth probation and youth custody situation, as Director Kenyon described. But when I look at the fiscal plan, it really looks like what we're spending our resources on is just simply increasing supervisorial staff. Year 1 only includes a 0.5 FTE social worker. Year 2 increases that to 0.75 for a social worker, while we're adding, 6 institution officers and more probation officers. So I guess as we move forward and recognizing that this is a living document and that the budget itself will be, massaged as we move forward, I think just sort of holding firm in that the budget is really what's going to dictate the type of structural reforms that we execute. And we can talk about, how great it is to bring in more behavioral health, but if our budget is only allowing for less than 1 full-time position, that's really not, we're not acting on what we're saying. And so I just want to make sure that my ask of our team as we move forward is to really embody this concept that we're, in the report states, where Monterey County is actively planning for the implementation of SB 823 as an opportunity to develop transformative change in our local juvenile justice system. And I think that how we budget the resources that are made available to us to actually do what it is we say we want to do is going to be where the rubber hits the road. And I think we've got the right people in place. I think we've got community involvement. I think we've have some models of other system changes that we can look to. And I look forward to having you keep us informed. And if there are ways or things that this board can do to help support ensuring that children in the juvenile justice system have every opportunity to be successful once they return back into our community, I think we all care deeply about that as an outcome. So thank you for the presentation today. Make sure our budget matches what we say we want to do, and I look forward to working in partnership moving forward. Supervisor Phillips has your hand raised, and then if anyone would like to make public comment, if you could raise your hand now so that we can see how many public comments we have ahead of us, but I'll take it over to Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, will we continue to get, after year 3, will we continue to get state funding to support this, Todd?
Yes, I don't know what the formula will be based on at that point, but the intention would be to continue to fund it, I believe.
Yeah, people have to, all sounds good, but people have to realize that this is going to be a pretty good burden on your department because we found that some of these young people who got headed in the wrong way that are dangerous are some of the most difficult inmates to deal with when they're at the 16, 17-year-old age. And we had some, especially when they're from rival gangs, that you're going to have to be housing them in the same institution. And we found at Rancho that when we got someone who was heading into the gangs, we couldn't keep them on campus. It was too risky for us on it. So you got your work cut out for you, especially without the way we changed the juvenile hall complexion. So you don't have a separate unit there that was designed for something like this. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's take it out to public comment. We have 3 hands raised. Bernie Gomez, followed by Tom.
Yeah, good afternoon. So yeah, Todd and Julie, thank you for that presentation. I think it's vital to understand that, moving forward, there really is a new component that we can tap into here, and that's like that healing component for our kids. We're not in the, the system's been in the business of throwing our kids away that it deems difficult or that is utilizes, these racist constructs, considering the whole gang narrative, right? I think Monterey County has a very good opportunity now to really rethink and actually be true to its word when it talks about, uplifting, these kids' lives, as the intent of SB 823. This is about, having the whole purpose of that continuum of care is actually having community involvement, not the same systems and same revolving circle of organizations that have been doing this collaborative work with probation, and that hasn't really resulted in any, that actually has us at this point right now, where we still have 30 kids at DJJ. And just to make one more thing is, there is, the Building Healthy Communities Initiative organizations here in the Monterey County that are perfectly fit to deal with and treat and build relationships with these kids. And we just ask the probation to reach out and keep the community that has a lived experience in mind. And we're here to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernie. Next up, Tom, followed by Cesar. Tom, we have a minute 30 on, oh, there we go. We've got a minute 30 on the clock for you. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, yeah, I think a lot of this stems from the mental mindset of that these people deserve to suffer. Why should we help them? That exists. It's a pretty big thing that is in the back of people's minds, and they end up with situations where mistreatment and criminalization, and end up with this like Angola prison situation, that shouldn't have been allowed to continue for as long as it did. And so that kind of, it bleeds out when you see the failures of programs. It has a lot to do with the mindset that people have. And also the workers in the clinical setting requires a master's degree, and you get paid very low pay. And then a lot of times you can have ex-clients come by your house and harassing you. These are very difficult jobs to do anything in a clinical setting. You require so much training, master's degree, for very low pay. I mean, you got to raise the pay for these people because it's a very difficult job. You're dealing one-on-one with people, with mental disorders or whatever. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next up, we have, Cesar Laura, followed by Judge Hayes.
Is that radio?
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors.
Oh, Zoom.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara with Milpa, and really not want to echo too much of the comments that my partners and members of the Board of Supervisors questioned. But, our biggest question is the connection with the budget, with the overall plan. I think that Probation Chief Todd has really done a good job to include some of the comments and some of the feedback from not just us as community advocates, but the whole committee itself. But, you know, looking at the youth center it's not sustainable to keep it open the way it is, and really want to work with everybody involved to really look at how we could consolidate the youth center into the new juvenile hall. And if that means building more facilities, because at the end we lost an opportunity there with the over cost of the new juvenile hall, that we could really look at having one complete center, and really want to uplift that this model that the governor signed into law is moving it away from a correction view into a health model. And Health and Human Services is going to look at this issue very differently, and looking forward to working with stakeholders to really having this be a living document means looking at the way you do budgeting and the way they provide cultural appropriate services within juvenile hall and the justice system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Judge Hayes, followed by Alexis Magdaleno. Judge Hayes, we've given you permission to unmute.
I'm sorry.
There you go. All right,
yes,
we got you now. Thank you for joining us.
My unmute button, I didn't see it until I was thinking, okay, they can't hear me. Well, I just wanted to say that as I've been in the juvenile justice court now for several months, about a half a year or more, and a judge for 15 years. I'm also a father of 7. I was involved in scouting for decades, and I know the importance of serving youth. And I'm pleased and proud to be part of the committee that presented the plan to you and approved the plan to you. I know strongly that we will come out better as a result of this realignment. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you, and to thank the board and all of the people that are appearing today, because I know you're as concerned as I am about making sure we make the right decisions when we come down to developing programs and or facilities. And I have to just say strongly, I support the idea that closing the youth center would be devastating at this point in time. It may come to the point where we have the appropriate facilities to maintain the secure youth needed. But the mixing of populations can result in really horrible things, and has in the past if you're not careful about who is around who in these secure facilities. So thank you all for your support.
Thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Alexis Magdaleno. This is our final hand raise for public comment. So I'll be closing public comment after Alexis, and we'll be taking our lunch break. Thank you for joining us today, Alexis.
All right. Well, I'm excited for lunch too. What up, everybody? My name is Alexis Magdaleno Mora, working with Milpa, also a resident of South Monterey County. I want to appreciate the probation department for elaborating more on this issue. It is something that we had a lot of concerns with and wanted just to get more details on. You know, my biggest concern being a resident of South Monterey County is many of these services and resources are located in Salinas. Not to say that they're any good, but there's a definite lack of service that we receive in South Monterey County when it comes to just finding equitable sources of mental health, of services, of programs. And so we really struggle. And that's my point of view, because I was working with a young man from South Monterey County, and he got incarcerated for a probation violation during COVID. And that was something that really disappointed me, because man, we're investing so much money to just lock this young person up, when that impact of him just being in there for 2 weeks is going to have more detrimental impacts on his health than had he just stayed home, had he had just received the services and care that he needed when he was at home. So I know there's things that need to be done in regards to youth that are serving longer terms, but I'd like to see that the probation and our incarceration system shift away from incarceration and keep youth home in their actual homes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. We'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to my colleagues. There's no action required on this, but I see a hand raised from Supervisor Phillips and Supervisor Alejo.
That was a legacy hand on me. Thank you.
All right, very good. Supervisor Alejo.
Yes. Another question for Chief, which is another piece that didn't get raised, but I know in the past, in Budget Committee and before the board, we decided not to move forward on phase 2 of the juvenile hall. Have there been conversations about whether the state would have additional monies to complete the juvenile hall? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we didn't complete an additional dorm wing. I think it was a cafeteria, kitchen facilities, and a dining area and laundry facilities that were cut out because of the overages on the budget. But looking down the road, if there were to be more state funds to complete phase 2, could we have a wing that would serve the youth returning from DJJ and be able to still be consolidated in one site and not have to keep the youth center open? Has that been part of the discussion, or is that possible if more state construction funding becomes available to complete the juvenile hall?
Well, it would be a possibility if more state funding became available. But we are still completing the juvenile hall project. We're in phase 2B, which is, to secure the outside perimeter, finish the track, and put a portable building in for storage. So once that's all completed, the bonds have been issued and all that. So if there's more state funding, then we'd have to go through that whole process to make sure that we could make improvements or additions to the facility because of those state funds that have already been utilized. So it would be a possibility, though, yes. I don't know who has the stomach for that, but we can go down that road if it becomes available.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I mean, with a lot of the changes in DJJ, I know there's going to be a conversation at the state level among different counties about a lack of adequate facilities. So at some point, with such a change, and perhaps in the next legislative session, there might be more of when I think when every county is going through the same planning that you are, and there's, I think there's going to be more realization that more money is needed to provide those adequate facilities. I think it might be a different conversation in the next legislative session than there was this year. But I just wanted for us to keep that on the table as exploring possibilities, whether that might be more efficient and might better serve our youth by having one facility instead of continuing to run 2 facilities, which has significant cost in terms of staffing and other costs just to keep facilities open of that size. So I just wanted to raise that before we ended this presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. All right, we're going to wrap this one up. We had public comment. We've had some conversation. There is no specific direction that I heard that we're giving, so we don't need to vote. And we will recess into closed session for lunch. We'll be back here at 1:30 for the remainder of our afternoon schedule.
en Monterrey.
Going to continue on. All right, it is Tuesday, September 14th, 2021, and we are reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors with a roll call by our clerk.
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Lopez, and Phillips appearing via video conference, and Supervisors Root, Askew, and Adams appearing in person.
Wonderful. Thank you. For anyone who's joining us on Facebook or YouTube, you're also welcome to hop over and join the conversation. We are on Zoom, webinar ID 224-397-747. I'd like to welcome Maria Avila, who's here for Spanish interpretation services for anyone who needs those in chambers.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María y estoy aquí para los servicios de intérprete en español.
Fabulous. We're going to move right along to our 1:30 p.m. First item, scheduled matter 14, to receive a progress report on potential revisions to the county's inclusionary housing ordinance. And I believe we have Darby Marshall and Eric Lundquist here to present to us today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Chair Askew, members of the board, staff, and the public. As you mentioned, Chair Darby Marshall, housing analyst, is also here in support of this matter. I will just walk us through briefly a presentation, so I'll take a moment to share my screen. The matter in front of the board this afternoon is a progress report on the revisions to the inclusionary housing ordinance. The county's inclusionary housing ordinance, which is codified at Chapter 18.40 of the Monterey County Code, addresses the provisions of housing affordable to very low, low, and moderate income households as part of new development projects. I would just like to indicate that the inclusionary housing ordinance is not the be-all for providing the county's affordable housing pursuant to its RENA allocations, which is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. There are other tools in the tool bag. As part of today's actions, the board is to receive a progress report on the potential revisions to the county's inclusionary housing ordinance, Chapter 18.40 of the Monterey County Code, provide direction regarding existing affordable housing policies in the 2010 general plan, provide input and suggestions regarding the level of stakeholder involvement on potential revisions to the county affordable housing policies and regulations, and provide direction on potential jobs housing nexus analysis. In reviewing potential revisions to the ordinance, a review of the existing affordable housing policies of the 2010 general plan is warranted, since the ordinance is only one of the tools to implementing these general plan policies, as I mentioned. In an effort to propel the implementation of those general plan policies, the Board of Supervisors in 2018 executed a contract with LaSar Development Consulting to provide technical assistance, examine existing housing data, prepare an affordable housing nexus study, which is the in lieu fee, provide recommendations, and then conduct community engagement, attend public meetings, Board of Supervisors, Planning Commission, and Housing Advisory Committee. In 2018, October 23rd, and in February 5th, 2019, then RMA, Resource Management Agency, presented an update to the Board of Supervisors. Following the February 5th, 2019 Board of Supervisors meeting, it was found that adequate community engagement was not conducted. As a result, the new Housing Community Development Department is here with renewed vigor and hope to have additional community stakeholder meetings based on further directive heard from the Board of Supervisors today. Following the February 5th, 2019 Board of Supervisors meeting, it was found that the department did not proceed with the community engagement guideline per Title VI of the implementation plan. And as part of that community engagement guideline, there are several means to engage the community. One of those is to consult, which is to ask for opinions. The other is to involve, which is to invite the public into the process. It's staff's recommendation that the Board of Supervisors direct staff to do just that, which is to involve the community. Potential stakeholders include development community, which include the builders, nonprofit housing developers, and other interested developments, organizations, environmental preservation groups, and the business community, if for the non-residential commercial nexus fee, which we're going to discuss here in a moment. I'm going to dwell on this slide for a bit while we discuss the general plan and inclusionary housing ordinance as it exists today. Existing general plan policies are included within the land use element, policy LU 1.19 and policies LU 2.11 through LU 2.13. LU 1.19 is considered to be the development evaluation system. I'm not going to discuss the development evaluation system in great detail today, although I will highlight a portion of that. The portion that reads, residential development shall incorporate the following minimum resident requirements for developments in rural centers prior to the preparation of an infrastructure and financing study or outside of a community area or rural center. 35% affordable workforce housing, 25% inclusionary, 10% workforce for projects of 5 or more. LU 2.11 discusses further areas that are included within the Affordable Housing Overlay Program. Those properties that are within those designated affordable housing overlays are to develop affordable housing with the percentages of 10% very low, 15% low, 15% moderate, 20% workforce 1, and 40% workforce 2. Further, in LU 2.13, that general plan policy provides that developments be consistent with the Affordable Housing Ordinance in requiring 25% new housing units be affordable at 6% very low, 6% low, 8% moderate, and 5% workforce. You can see that based on the number of policies and the percentages provided, that they appear to conflict. They also might constrain housing. It is staff's hope today that we will receive some direction to further evaluate these percentages and engage stakeholders in these conversations. Staff also hopes to receive board direction regarding workforce housing. Currently, workforce housing is not achieving what it set out to do, which is to provide the missing middle. Currently, workforce housing is restricted at a rental or sales price above the market rate, which presents complications. With that said, in implementing an update to the inclusionary housing or preparing an update to the inclusionary housing ordinance, staff seeks clarification on these general plan policies as the inclusionary housing ordinance is meant to implement the general plan policies. Again, I would remind the board, it is not intended that the inclusionary housing ordinance meet its entire arena obligation. It is one tool in the tool bag. Furthermore, one might find that these general plan policies and the existing inclusionary housing ordinance is a constraint on housing. The board received some correspondence today from Landwatch indicating this. The State Department of Housing and Community Development has also opined that the existing policies within LU 1.9 are a constraint on housing. The board may wish to discuss these percentages from the general plan policy and the inclusionary housing ordinance today and provide staff direction. Furthermore, what's been considered to date has been placing the burden of affordable housing on housing developments. It's my opinion that this goes beyond housing, that it should go on to the non-residential sectors of the county to also participate in this housing. It is staff's intent to seek direction from the board today on whether the existing burden of affordable housing should also be placed on the non-residential developments, and that they should contribute to the need for affordable housing through a commercial linkage fee, which is consistent with the current policy direction of the housing element. As such, it's staff's recommendation for the board to receive this progress report, provide additional direction regarding the existing housing policies within the 2000 general plan, provide input and suggestions regarding the level of stakeholder involvement on potential revisions to the county affordable housing policies and regulations, provide direction on the potential jobs housing nexus analysis. And should the board direct work on a jobs housing nexus analysis, it's likely that staff will bring back a scope of work for consideration, which would include an amendment and an extension to the current contract with LaSure Development Consulting. Thank you. That's staff's presentation.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the presentation, Mr. Lundquist. Let's bring it to the Board of Supervisors for any questions specific to the presentation. Supervisor Lopez.
Just an ask, can we leave the recommendation slide up during the conversation? It really helps me kind of make sure that we touch the issues as we go through. And Eric, I guess I appreciate this presentation and agree on almost all the points. The only question I have is about the nexus analysis and the definition of development.
Yeah, so through that analysis, we would evaluate what that definition might mean. You know, whether it's a square footage addition to an existing non-residential building, or whether it's an intensification of use. You know, adding employees might be considered a nexus to providing that commercial linkage fee. But that would be part of that evaluation, similar to the work that we're doing for the residential linkage fee.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
I don't see any other of my colleagues' hands raised, but I have a few questions. And I just want to acknowledge, I'm so pleased to see that we're having this conversation and that this whole issue is moving forward. I know that affordable housing is a priority for our community as well as for this board. So thank you, Eric. I also know that we added 2 additional housing planner, long-term planning positions, funded those positions, but we also, so that's 2 vacant spots to fill this year. And we also have a director of housing position that's vacant. So I just wanted to check in and see, in terms of staffing and the timelines that you're presenting, how do you feel like you have the capacity internally to assign people to do this work, or can we encourage that to happen to keep all of this moving forward while we fill out those vacant positions?
Well, this is an important item, and it is a priority to provide affordable housing. As Supervisor Adams and Supervisor Phillips knows, who participate in the AMBAG, those AMBAG RENA numbers just came out last week. Ultimately, they will be approved by the directors through AMBAG in November. And then our housing elements are due in 2023. So all of this is very relevant to the work that's occurring now, and we need to keep it a priority. So absent the vacancies, with consultant help and with our existing staffing, we will make it a priority to proceed, but recognize it will happen at a little slower pace to some of our other work.
Okay, great. Thank you. And you'll keep us posted if there's anything we can do to help get those vacancies filled so that you have the staff capacity to focus on housing as a shared priority that I think we all have. Another question that I have, and so I hear that you're looking for direction on the inclusionary housing percentages, and I appreciate your recognition that inclusionary housing isn't going to get us to our RENA required low income housing. It's not the only, it can't be the only tool that we're using to get us there. And I appreciate also the idea that any housing is good housing. However, given the unique setting of the Monterey County and the Monterey Peninsula specifically, I think what we see sometimes when we look only at market rate housing, that development is not going alone, either going to get us out of our situation where we have dangerously overcrowded circumstances, we have increasing homelessness. We've just built thousands and thousands of new homes in my district, and we're seeing at the same time increasing rates of student homelessness simply because the cost of market rate housing is not something that the families who live and work here can afford. So more housing is good, and also more housing alone isn't going to get us where we need to be. So can you speak a little bit to some of the additional tools beyond the jobs housing nexus concept? What are the other ways in which we're going to fund our low income housing to meet the need of our local workforce?
Well, part of it does come through the in lieu fees, the linkage fees, which ultimately help to leverage additional federal and state fundings that can go into much larger projects. It's actually, there's a big buzz going throughout California now. The California American Planning Association is actually having its event starting Monday, running through Wednesday. And one of the key points is providing housing and providing housing for our homeless populations. There are a lot of state bills emerging that began around 2018 are continuing to come forward that streamline and incentivize housing production. Monterey County is in a unique circumstance that we do have coastal communities. We do have properties within the high fire severity zones. We have a lot of natural resources that we need to protect. Ultimately, the focus needs to be next to and adjoining our local cities, our local jurisdictions, where there's adequate infrastructure to support that housing. We need to be partnering with those cities to provide that housing and help them support housing within their jurisdictions. We also need to promote developments in our rural centers and our community areas. And I brought up LU 1.19, which is our development evaluation system, which currently seems to be constraining housing within those areas. It is requesting a larger percentage of affordable housing, and ultimately the housing developers can't make those projects pencil by including that level of affordability. So it's the board taking action to reduce those housing constraints. And in my opinion, one of those is those high levels, those percentage levels of affordable housing within those housing developments.
Okay, thank you for elaborating a little bit. And I think I hear that concern, and as I continue to learn more and as we continue this conversation, I think in order for me to feel comfortable eliminating the one tool that we have, which is the inclusionary housing concept, and tying the funding of lower income housing to market rate housing, I'm going to need to see some additional tools that will allow us to fund those lower income housing projects. And look forward to working in partnership to learn more about what those tools might be. I think that you've listed a couple of them here, right? You've got the jobs housing nexus concept, the idea that possibly reducing inclusionary will get us to more market rate housing. I think we also need to look at things like vacancy fees for empty homes, that we have more empty homes here in Monterey County than we have homeless individuals. I think we really are going to have to think outside the box for how we fund the housing to meet the needs of our community community and our workforce, and recognize that just simply market rate housing is not going to meet the needs of our local workforce. It will never meet the needs of our local workforce completely here. And so I don't want us to walk down a rabbit hole where we're illusioned to think that we're working towards a solution when all of the data tells us that it's not actually the solution that we think it is. So I'm looking forward to learning more and hearing more about the options so that we're taking sort of a cumulative approach to how we move forward. I think those were my questions. So any other, Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, I think we ought to explore all possible options for expanding inclusionary housing. We can't rely on all our private developers solely for our affordable housing. With the impact fees and the demands we're putting on them if you want to build, and then the lawsuits that come, it's just difficult to get the people to come forward with the inclusionary housing component of it. And so looking at businesses, and I got to say, a lot of businesses, kind of like in the old days, when the companies supplied housing for their workforce, you see what Pebble Beach stepped up and did, and you see with what's happening with the ag worker housing that's coming along. And so I think we ought to explore all types of avenues to further expand our obviously necessary housing crisis. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. This is always a lively and interesting subject, and one that is probably one of the most complex things that we face, not just in our county, I'm sure, but throughout the state, throughout the country. So I appreciate it very much. I have a variety of different kind of thoughts that I've been having, but one of the, I want just to underscore what you have already said, and that is that it's very important for us to have the involved level of interaction with folks. I would be very supportive of having town hall meetings so that we can really get some community input on this. Perhaps one in each of the various supervisorial districts might be a way to go. We've used that method in the past and have been able to gather a lot of good information on a variety of different subjects. So my hope is that that would give us an opportunity to really hear from what people think about where we stand, but also to get some good ideas. As my colleague Wendy has said, we need to think outside the box. And sometimes people in the communities are the ones who have those kernel of an idea that might really turn into be something very helpful. As we were talking about the various ranges, et cetera, is this too down in the weeds, but I'd love to know what the various income ranges and housing prices are for the different inclusion and workforce levels. Is that information that you have at hand?
And I might look to Darby Marshall, who may have an answer to those current stats around housing, if Darby's on the line.
So as we wait for his comment, Eric, maybe you could just answer this one for me as well. The missing middle is, I think, the group that is of concern, because there's so many people, and my expectation is the missing middle are the teachers and the fire people and the police officers, et cetera. Those are the people who work for the county, as an example. Are those essentially what the missing middle would be at this point?
Right. The workforce, the workforce housing up to workforce 2 is up to 180% of average median income. The workforce, as it relates to the inclusionary housing requirements, is tough, because one, it's a type of housing that middle income may not necessarily desire. And so a bit of it is changing the trends and how we look at in our habits of housing in order for those to look more enticing for that missing middle. it seems that that demographic wants the detached affordable housing unit that's on its own parcel with a little bit of land.
Picket fence, that sort of thing.
What's that?
I said picket fence, that kind of thing.
Yes, exactly. And so those trends really need to change. It's also it becomes tough for you to grow, if in any of these income categories. Actually, it almost sets the resident up to remain at that level of income, and it puts them in almost a captive position where then they can't grow in their careers, they can't grow in their salaries, their wages, where they're almost stifled into fitting into that category. And that's a lot of what the paper is currently coming out. We're coming out of post-recession, we're coming out of the big housing collapse, and how the way we treat housing has changed, and how we regulate and how we provide housing. And then we also, I think to the chair's point, and also maybe to your point, is that we're also stifling the missing middle by allowing vacation homes. A lot of the housing market that we have in the county, a large percentage is second homes, and also is being used as vacation homes. And so are there taxes on vacation homes? Perhaps as a way to keep people in those residents that are sitting vacant or otherwise used as short-term rentals.
So thank you for that. And I agree with you. I also think that, as others have said, that we need to look at all of the elements that we have, all of the various opportunities that we have. I would not, on its face value, I would not support reducing the percentage of inclusionary housing specified in the general plan. I think this would be a step backward to being able to ensure construction of units at the very low and low income levels, especially. So as you look at all of the various options that you'll be reviewing, I think it's important not to knock out any one of the possibilities of the elements that we have. I think we do need to have some additional analysis of the workforce housing levels, and whether they need to be revised to meet the needs of our workforce. As we had indicated just now, that you indicated that doesn't qualify for the lower income rentals homes, but can't afford housing at today's market rates, which is, as you well know, have just been absolutely skyrocketing. So I think we're going to have to look at a variety of different things. I thought that the letter that we all received today, and I'm sure that you received as well from Landwatch, had some really compelling questions in it. And my hope is, as you look toward, a jobs housing nexus study, that some of the questions that were put forward in that memo might be something that could be used as a basis for some research and some additional data that we could use to bring forward to us. So I think it's an opportunity for some different conversation with industry leaders as well when we think about the non-residential projects. I can appreciate that they're probably, in our community at any rate, I think that there are some very forward-thinking industry leaders who would like to see more housing to help them to have a more stable workforce. And my colleague Supervisor Phillips indicated the Pebble Beach Company, the various ag companies who have been very successful with that. And down in Big Sur, we have a number of people who have workforce housing on site. So I think those are some things that we really could look at, because it just benefits everything. I mean, greenhouse gas emissions are lowered. The people who are fortunate to live close to where they work have more time to spend with their families. I think all of that makes us have a community that thrives far more robustly than when you have to spend, an hour each way commuting to work. So you have a lot ahead of you, and I think it's going to be very interesting. So I look forward to more to come. Thanks.
Supervisor Adams, I believe Darby may have the answer to your question.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Supervisors, Darby Marshall Housing Office. We use income data provided by U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and then massaged by the state's Housing and Community Development Department. So the median income for a family of four, according to these agencies, in Monterey County is $81,600. That family of four with our inclusionary program as a moderate income household could expect to spend $358,939 to purchase a 3-bedroom home. It goes up and down based on the number of people in the household. It's very hard to come up with finding a house that's at $359,000 price point in the unincorporated area or anywhere in the county. That same household would be looking at spending around $2,570 for a 2-bedroom apartment that is subject to the inclusionary housing ordinance. So even that is, to my mind, still a pretty daunting number. One of the other challenges, Supervisor, is that missing middle when we start talking about police and teachers and firefighters. I looked at this a few years ago, and one of the challenges is, as long as they're by themselves, they qualify barely as workforce 2 because of all the overtime and the fact that they have fairly well-paying jobs compared to the rest of the community. And so they frequently get priced out of that workforce 2 level that the board has established, where it's the 180% of area median income if they have a partner or a housemate. So that's also something that we need to think about, is in terms of how do we structure a system that, reflects actual wages and the disparities of wages throughout the county, because we have you see this in the census tracts. You have a huge disparity in income between the very bottom and the very top, and very little in the middle. And I think that's going to be a challenging factor for our housing programs.
Thanks for that, Darby. But I do hope that when we think of teachers particularly, they don't have the opportunity to have lots of overtime. And the only way that they can have additional income is if they take a second job, which, is not what we want to see for the people who have so much influence over the children in our lives. So perhaps I should not have said firefighters and police people, but I should just have said teachers, because that certainly is a very important group that is often left behind.
And it's particularly challenging when they're early in their career and maybe they don't have children yet. Because if you have 2 teachers married to each other and they haven't started their family, they again do hit and exceed our income levels. Just, at $80,000, which is not much for a 2-person teacher household. That's only $40,000 a year, and that was, when I looked, well within what a starting teacher at Carmel Unified would make. So we do have to look at where they are in their life, because obviously it gets easier to fit into our income qualification categories as you have a family.
Well, I think this also I don't think you can talk about housing without the whole worry about having people earn a living wage.
Yeah.
And that's one of the biggest concerns that we have here in our county as well. Thanks.
All right. Any other comments? I don't see hands raised by Lopez or Alejo. Did I miss you? Otherwise, we'll take it out to public comment. Let's take it out to public comment for public communication on this item. If you are with us online and you can raise your hand so that I can call on you, that would be fabulous. We will start with Elizabeth, and we have 1:30 on the clock. And I would just ask respectfully that everyone monitor the time so that I don't have to interrupt you. Thank you for joining us today.
Can you hear me?
We've got you, Elizabeth. Thank you for joining us.
Great. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Elizabeth Madrigal, Housing Associate with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. MBEP is in support of an involved level of community engagement when it comes to level of stakeholder input that ought to take place throughout the whole process of reviewing the county's inclusionary housing ordinance. Additionally, we recommend that any changes to the inclusionary housing ordinance take into consideration the housing policy changes MBEP has previously recommended to the county via our 2018 housing white paper. These policy recommendations would make it more financially feasible to build market rate housing that maximizes affordability related to the county's inclusionary components. Should I start over?
Just feel free to continue. Thank you.
Okay. We fully support the county's efforts to update and improve its inclusionary housing ordinance. A strong policy will result in economically integrated neighborhoods, more balanced development, and equal opportunities for all residents. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments. I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to close public comment unless there's anyone in the audience. Nope. All right, we'll bring it back to the my colleagues. And there is a question for us to give some direction. I think I've heard at least one comment in support of the involved level of community outreach. I would also support that. And I've also heard, I think, two comments in support of continuing with the jobs housing nexus analysis. If there's differences to that consensus, or if anyone else would like to chime in on the direction that we're providing today, feel free to pop your hand up. Supervisor Alejo, I'm sorry, Supervisor Phillips has your hand raised.
Legacy. Yeah.
Legacy hand. Okay, Supervisor Adams, is that a legacy hand too? Yep. Okay. Supervisor Alejo, did you want to chime in?
Yeah. I wasn't clear from the beginning. I was waiting to hear from all the comments and from the public, but I wasn't clear on what staff was conveying about the inclusionary housing ordinance, that because it seemed like some of the tone was that it may be an impediment to building housing. And as you look at the history of inclusionary housing, not only for Monterey County, but from the city of Salinas, I think going back to 1992, I think in California, over 170 cities have inclusionary housing ordinance that has resulted in tens of thousands of Californians being able to be housed. And even the lower income units, when developments are partnered with nonprofit housing developers, those have seemed to, there's some really good models to look to. So I think, so from my standpoint, I think the inclusionary aspect is critical, but the real question is what is the right percentage? Because what may be more conducive for developments to happen in Monterey County is a question. And just some of the last couple of projects that have come before us, that was a real debate among the Board of Supervisors. So the question for staff would be on the 25%, is that the right number, or is that what you're asking us to go get input on from the community to perhaps reevaluate that formula in terms of the inclusionary units and the different percentages of the different types?
That's exactly right, Supervisor Alejo. It's staff's request to receive that direction to go evaluate the percentages identified in the general plan and ask the questions amongst the stakeholders, whether they feel that those are appropriate and whether they are helping to promote housing or constrain housing. And then with that additional evaluation, we will be crunching the numbers and bringing back a report with an update on what the community found and what the community had reported.
And the city of Salinas, I think a couple years ago, went through this similar process. Are we doing it because we haven't done it for some time now, and we're just trying to update what that inclusionary formula should look like, or why at this time? Or have you seen impediments to housing that have spurred us to do that kind of outreach at this point in time? Or is it a preparation of updating the housing element? I don't know. You said the housing element's not due to be updated till 2023. So I'm just trying to figure out why at this time.
Well, it's a directive of the 2010 general plan to update the ordinance to implement the policies within the general plan. Recognizing, though, it's been some time, all of the things that you mentioned have now occurred or evolved. You know, we're now approaching the the sixth cycle of the housing element, which the process is starting now. Ultimately, and yes, the city of Salinas did do such a study, I believe in 2018. And we're finding that the trends in development, because of high prices in construction materials, just the cost of development is in providing the affordable housing is a constraint. I think you mentioned a couple of projects that recently came in front of the board for consideration, and they provided economic analysis that supported a lesser percentage of affordable housing within those projects. So it is seeming like there is evidence, but again, we're asking the board's direction to go out and evaluate those new findings, those new trends, and further the work on the inclusionary housing ordinance by looking at the general plan policies to see if they're still relevant.
Great. I appreciate that clarification, and I certainly would be supportive of that then. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Supervisor Alejo, one of the questions was in regards to the level of outreach, whether it's the involved level or the lower level. It sounds like you're supportive of the higher level of outreach.
Well, I think, yeah, I think if we don't do it right, we'll have critics saying that we should have done a better job. So why not just plan to be more thorough right from the beginning? And considering that this will have, I mean, this is the one of the biggest challenges we have in Monterey County is getting housing built, and so I think it merits that kind of attention.
Great. Okay, just want to make sure my notes are clear here. All right, Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple points. I also support the more inclusive, robust public engagement process. I want to put a couple clear asks there that the meetings in my community, or if we do community focus meetings, be held after 6:30 p.m. and that if they're in person, depending on timeline, that childcare be provided to allow more families to be involved and to voice their concerns. In terms of the question about existing policies and thresholds, I just want to make sure that for me, staff is hearing that I want to keep all options on the table. I want you to have a blank slate in terms of that approach and make sure that what you build reflects the desires and needs of our communities today. So I heard some reluctance to move off existing numbers, but I want to be clear that for me, I want to give staff that blank slate to work off of and approach it from wherever you hear our community voicing desire and need. So I just wanted to chime in there too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so it sounds to me like we have some consensus on moving forward with the jobs housing nexus analysis. Eric, is that the same thing you're hearing?
Yes, I heard clearly that we need to involve the stakeholders, but I would like some confirmation on the jobs housing nexus. I think I only heard maybe two.
Okay, yep, I'm there. I heard Supervisor Adams and Alejo also say yes. Supervisor Lopez and Lopez and Phillips, did you want to weigh in on that, the jobs housing nexus analysis?
Yeah, I was good with it. I just had the question about the definition, but after that I stated support, so I'm good for that.
Okay, fabulous. And Phillips?
Yeah, I am too, but I concur in Supervisor Lopez's comments about approach this with open eyes and look at all possibilities. So not to close off any particular resources. So.
Okay, great. So we've got a thumbs up for you on that one, Eric. And then in terms of the level of involvement, I heard, I think, at least 4 comments specifying the involved approach for involvement. So thank you for being willing to go out into the community. I think Supervisor Lopez kind of got to one of the points I was going to make, that we're not only just talking to those who are in the development side of things, but really intentionally including those with lived experience and struggle to find housing, who meet those low end workforce, who would be looking to live in the low and workforce housing range. And then I did just want to say, you mentioned a timeline about late September running through October. And I just want to make sure if we're going to do extensive outreach and involving the community in those conversations, if you need to push that timeline to be able to do the right type of outreach, I think that that's something you just keep us posted on. So we'll move forward with that. And then I'm hearing, I think, some openness to discussion about how we fund our low income housing, and possibly an openness to talking about what the inclusionary percentages are, if it's part of a complete plan for funding the housing that we know that our community needs. And I may be putting words in my colleagues' mouths, but I'm gonna veer into that space. Did you need any more direction on that side of things?
No, I think what we have is adequate. We will do some further evaluations through these residential and non-residential nexus studies. Again, those in lieu fees are very beneficial to the county in providing housing. They are a great pot of seed money that then go to leverage other housing, either acquisition of lands or construction. So we'll proceed with hearing that. Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Lopez, your hand is still raised.
Legacy.
And Supervisor Alejo, your hand is up. Supervisor Alejo. Is that a legacy hand? That must be a legacy hand. Okay, I just have two other final comments before we move on from this item. I do think, again, I'm just going to make my pitch to my colleagues to see if there would be any benefit to having a standalone board comprised housing committee that really can be available to focus and provide more ongoing feedback and support to our housing and community development team that's working on this pretty significant and important update to our plan. So I'll, and I know we've got the Housing, Health, Homelessness, and Human Services Committee that meets quarterly, currently available for you, Eric, as you need them. But I do think that showing a commitment of a standalone housing committee may be something that would be beneficial for us as we push this work forward. Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, I know we had that conversation at the beginning of the year, but at this point, I'm still comfortable with the position we're sitting in and the structure that we have. I think we're doing the work. I think we've got challenges on the staffing side as well, but we remain available and continue to work with staff. And so at this point, I'm comfortable with the structure we have in place.
Awesome. All right. Well, we will leave it that as is then. And then my other comment was just in terms of as we look at different issues to prioritize here, our ordinance, our inclusionary housing ordinance does state that we're supposed to be updating the inclusionary in lieu fee on an annual basis. And it has been much more than, I believe, a decade since that's last been updated. So I know that we are talking about maybe changing what the percentages are and revising other pieces of this, but I mean, it's embarrassingly long overdue to get that update done. So if there's anything that we can do to prioritize the update of the inclusionary in lieu fee, I think that would be an immediate action that we can take to get some funding in to support the projects that we already have in the pipeline. So I will make that pitch. Supervisor Adams.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. One of the things that I wanted to just respond to you if it doesn't appear as if there's going to be support to having a housing committee. I think within each of our districts, there are groups of people who are really taking a very, very active role in this. And my belief is that if we have the community meetings nested within each district, we're going to be able to ensure that those voices that have really been, boots on the ground in the communities will be able to be brought forward for comment. So I think that will be covered well.
And Chair Askew,
yep,
we will be taking a matter to the Housing Advisory Committee for a discussion and seeking their input as well before we come back to the board for further communication. And then as part of the housing element process, we will be creating separate stakeholder groups. And as part of the community engagement guide, there's even a greater level of community engagement that will be a collaboration. And through that housing element work, we will be collaborating with the community, not saying how we're going to plan, for their community, but how the community is going to plan for itself. So we'll be reporting back that to the board as well.
Fabulous. Thank you. And thank you again for all of your work on this, Eric. I think with that, we will move on. We will consider this report received. Direction given. Do we need a vote on that direction, or are we clear in our consensus? Charles? All right, let's take a vote. I'll move the things that I said earlier. I'll move.
I'll second that.
Moving forward with the jobs housing nexus analysis, moving forward with the involved level of community outreach, and let's see her direction. That we are open to ongoing discussions about how we fund low income and workforce housing, possibly to include the changes to the inclusionary housing percentage as part of a complete plan for funding low income housing in Monterey County. We have a motion from myself, a second from Supervisor Adams, and we will take a roll call.
Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah, but reluctantly, because I just still don't. I'm not clear why this came forward already. But you know, but if staff want to do the outreach, I'm okay with it.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Wu Askew.
Aye. Right, we will move on to item number 15, which is to adopt a resolution to approve submittal of Prop 68 grant fund applications under the California Department of Parks and Recreation Rural Recreation and Tourism Program and the Department of Parks and Recreation Regional Park Program. We have with us today Donna Luna and Janie Betancourt from Public Works Facilities and Parks to give us a presentation. Thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Let me pull up our presentation. I am Janie Betancourt, Management Analyst for Department of Public Works Facilities and Parks. Joining me to present today are Nate Merkel, Parks Operations Manager, Brian Flores, Interim Chief of Parks, and Lindsay Larabel, Chief of Facilities. Let me pull up my presentation. Can everybody see that?
We can, looks good.
Excellent. Good afternoon. We would like to present potential projects for the Rural Recreation and Tourism and Regional Park Program competitive grant opportunities. We're looking to the board for consideration and direction as to potential projects to move forward and develop grant applications for each of these funding opportunities. Before we present potential projects, I'd like to present a grant overview of each of these grants. The California State Parks Office of Grants and Local Services, otherwise known as OGALS, has two exciting Proposition 68 grant opportunities to improve Monterey County parks. We have the Rural Recreation and Tourism Grant, or RRT grant, and eligible projects are in rural settings with a population of less than 50,000 people. Competitive projects will have recreation features that improve the health, residents, and attract out-of-town visitors. We also have the RPP grant, the Regional Park Program grant. The competitive projects under this application will improve regional parks, attract visitors from a 20-mile radius, and include new features and a multi-use trail. While there are different goals and scoring criteria for each of these two opportunities, they also have the following features in common. The pool of funds available is $23 million. They are accepting applications ranging from $200,000 to $3 million in funding. Applications are due November 5th. And while each of the grants encourage new features, they also allow improvements to existing features as well. Both opportunities include community engagement components and environmental conservation criteria. They each require a 30-year deed restriction to be recorded on the title of the project site or the project property site to ensure that the project will remain open for the next 30 years and accessible to the public. They both require board-adopted resolutions to accompany the applications, and it is anticipated that the award notification would be released in spring. Projects for both of these opportunities would need to be completed by March 31st of 2025. So in response to these grant opportunities, the Parks Operations team has identified potential park sites. We have worked together to hold community meetings for county managed parks and assemble a high-level project scope incorporating the needs of the parks and the ideas brought forward from the community. We've consulted with Nossaman, a legal firm that specializes in government relations and advocacy and is a great resource available to us. They have experience with the state grant application process and project competitiveness. They're very familiar with OGAL's Proposition 68 grant opportunities. And we have consulted with Ashley Walker, our grant liaison, to evaluate the competitiveness of the projects, potential projects we have for these two grant opportunities. We presented the full suite of potential projects to the Parks Commission during the August 5th meeting. And today we would like to present the proposed projects that received a recommendation by the Parks Commission. We have 3 parks in a rural location that meet the median income requirement and criteria for the RRT grant, and no match is required. The first 2 on the list are Lake San Antonio projects, and they were deemed competitive by Nossaman, and all 3 potential projects were recommended by the Parks Commission. Nate Merkel will provide an overview of the projects at these sites that will benefit the community. Nate, I turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and fellow Board of Supervisors. I'm going to be outlining 2 projects at Lake San Antonio. I know we've discussed these in the past, and we are excited to finally have getting into the next steps, rather. Janie, if you can go to the next slide for me, please. So the first project I'll be discussing is the North Shore Amphitheater. Unfortunately, Lake San Antonio North Shore has been plagued with low water levels and decreased visitation over the last several years, over the last 10 years to be exact. And one thing that we're trying to accomplish with this project is to bolster visitation and our campground, which has been plagued with really low occupancy over the last several years. So this would build, if this project is approved and awarded, we would build a 20-foot by 60-foot stage area, as well as a concession stand, renovated restroom, 3 large portable restroom trailers, a walking trail from existing parking areas, including ADA parking options, and standing and seating area for over 1,000 people. Now, I put 1,000 people there, but the hope is that we get into the 3,000 to 3,000 person range. And that will really be seen when we start engaging architects and really solidify this design. This amphitheater would be built in the McCandless Group area of North Shore. And you can see there's a large parking area on the left-hand side over there that we build a walking trail to the amphitheater. The idea for this would be to partner with a promoter to hopefully institute weekly concert series in the summertime to, again, bolster visitation as well as our campground occupancy. Next slide, Janie. Now, this is the proposed site on the top left corner. There's I don't have a mouse, unfortunately, but there's a large oak tree in the back there. And actually behind this line of oak trees, you can see the lake bed. The stage would be placed right in front of that oak tree and kind of in the middle of the screen there. And this dirt area would be the standing area. On the left-hand side over there, there's a restroom that exists. All the infrastructure is already in place, although it would need to be upgraded. And that restroom would need to be renovated as well to help with the occupancy. The other pictures on here are just other examples of amphitheaters that have a standing and seating area. We wouldn't be looking to build any bench seating or any kind of stands or anything along those lines. This would be more of standing and seating only. Next slide, Janie. And the total cost, the anticipated cost is $3 million, which is the total grant award, the maximum award rather. And it would be entirely funded by Prop 68 grant with no match required. The estimated annual operation and maintenance cost would be about $114,000, including 4 new staff members to help with litter pickup and event preparation. The other costs would be covered by the promoter, and the costs would be recovered from additional camping and concession revenue. Next slide, Jamie. The second project we're going to be putting forth is the Lake San Antonio South Shore Marina. We did have a marina in place until 2013. Unfortunately, during the drought, as well as some winter storms, that marina broke apart and is now condemned. We'd be looking to replace that marina entirely with a new marina and a fuel system. It would include a fuel tank, fuel dispenser, 50 slip marina, slips being overnight parking for vessels, and a small store kiosk. And there are 2 possible locations for this marina. Next slide. So the first option is the Harris Creek location. Harris Creek has the benefit of being accessible even at extremely low water levels. The water level currently is at about 7% capacity, and there still is water in front of Harris Creek, so we would be able to continue operating the marina if it was in this location. The difficulty lies with the topography of the area. It's very steep. It adds significant challenges for marina movement, walkway construction, etc. Next slide. And the second location is the Lynch location. This was actually where the previous marina was. The topography is significantly better for marina movement, walkways, and ease of access really for our guests. The challenge is Lynch is significantly shallower and water levels recede at 13% capacity. In fact, right now, the Lynch area where the marina would be housed is completely dry. However, there is existing infrastructure, and it would be a little more cost effective to move it to this location. Next slide. And the estimated project cost, again, is the maximum award. Again, it's funded entirely by the Prop 68 grant with no match required. The estimated annual operation and maintenance, including increased staffing, would be about $55,000, and the anticipated gross revenue for the fuel system, as well as slip rentals and the retail store, would be approximately $400,000. Next slide. And I'm going to pass it over to Janie to talk about the San Lorenzo Park opportunity.
Thank you, Nate. So we submitted an application to the statewide park program for the San Lorenzo Park project. That was a $8.5 million funding request back in March. And we have not heard back from the statewide park program. It is anticipated that the notifications will be released soon. They had originally mentioned it would be released in late summer. If funding is not awarded for the project, we are proposing the option of reducing the scope to the splash pad, restroom, building, and showers, and some peripheral site enhancements, and apply for $3 million in funding for the RRT opportunity for San Lorenzo Park. Next up, we have the Regional Park Program Grant. And Brian, I turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors, member of the public. I'm Brian Flores, Interim Chief of Parks for the County of Monterey. We explored a number of opportunities at all of our day use parks and did community meetings, as Janie spoke about, and the recommendation both from Nossaman regarding the competitiveness of the programs, the projects, as well as the Parks Commission recommendation was for the Toro Park area and Fort Ord Travel Camp. Next. So Toro Park is about approximately 5,600 acres for the total park, of which about 80 acres are developed. And those are the areas that the picnic areas where the grass and barbecue pits, picnic tables are. And those would be primarily the areas that we would be looking to improve with these park enhancements. Twofold, it's where a lot of the people gather, as well as these areas have been developed over the years, and so would create less challenges for CEQA. So some of the projects that we have would be a bicycle skills course, dog parks, which would be the off-leash dog parks, disc golf course, a native plant nursery used both for education purposes as well as rearing plants to repopulate Toro Park, an all-access trail around the grass areas with informational signage, an exercise course, bocce ball courts, and then speed tables along the park road, as well as native landscaping throughout the park and at the front of the park. And more recently, we've been having a lot of issues with wild pig damage. If anybody has been out to the park, it's easily seen. And the hope would be to install a wild pig exclusion fence around the improved areas. Other infrastructure improvements as part of this project would be park fencing repairs and converting one of our asphalt volleyball courts to a pickleball court. Next slide, please. Here's just some sample photos of what we were talking about and that we present to the community. So bicycle skills course, the disc golf course, bocce ball, dog parks, exercise course, all access trail, and pickleball. Next slide. Speed tables, the native landscaping, wild pig exclusion fencing, native plant nursery, and the park fencing. Next slide. Estimated cost for the project would be approximately $2.8 million funded by the grant, as well as additional staff, 1 seasonal park aide and 1 buildings and grounds worker for approximate cost of $110,000 annually. Next slide. The Fort Ord Travel Camp project, the county currently has approximately 2,500 acres, much of which just recently transferred to the county when FORA was dissolved. The main areas that we're looking at for park improvements would be the travel camp area, which is on the map, the L-shaped parcel, the turquoise color. This area has historic use when the Army was in place of having a campground as well as other amenities there for visitors to the East Garrison site. So that area would encompass the youth overnight campground, a restroom and parking lot, a trailhead, the bicycle skills course, a disc golf course, and the exercise course. The all-access trail would start there and go into the next kind of darker turquoise area. And the wayfinding mapping, which we completed a good portion of the project in prior years with MORCA, the Monterey Off-Road Cycling Association, in conjunction with the county, we would look to extend that wayfinding mapping to the western and eastern parcels that recently transferred. Next slide. So these are just some, again, sample photos of a bicycle skills course, the Badger Hills parking area, the youth overnight area at Toro Park, aerial view of that, disc golf course. Next slide, please. The interpretational signage, as well as an all-access trail, and then the wayfinding map. Next slide. Estimated project cost for this is approximately $2.9 million. With the addition of full-time park aides and buildings and grounds workers for approximate cost of $321,000 annually. Next slide. So I'll go ahead and hand this over to our Chief of Parks, Lindsay Larrable.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, and the public. My name is Lindsay Larrable. I'm Chief of Facilities. I'm here to present BMX pump track and skate park at 855 East Laurel Drive in Salinas. This is a site map of the entire campus. So I think we want to kind of look at, while we have a focus on the BMX, the site itself, it's a 1.7 acre parcel that has been identified within the same parcel that houses our county facilities as well as the share center. It's important to show that we wanted to show the context of the site as it relates to other recreational activities within county-owned parcels that are in partnership with the city of Salinas, as well as Carr Lake, which is owned by the Big Sur Land Trust. So you can see here, the strategic location would be a nice linkage between Carr Lake, the Veterans Memorial, Vietnam Veterans Memorial Park, and the regional soccer complex, which is that whole grass area that is soon to be developed, as well as First Tee. So this site here was a good location as far as it's as part of this pathway. Also, those red dots show pathways that are going throughout here that will be continued to be enhanced within, whether it's through this project and community members, again, linking the community to this Creek Bridge and Acosta Plaza. So it will be a really nice destination point along this trail. Next slides, please. I think, again, to show the context from the street, while it doesn't look pretty right now, the intent is through this development, you can see on that roadside, it's on the lower slope there. So I think just showing it from, you see from the park, as you see it to Carr Lake, one of the things that is really great about this location, it's highly visible. So you have that visibility for safety for the people that are accessing this. It's lower, and you can see an elevation from that shelf, so you could have development up there, which does include the share center. There is a board direction right now to look at transitional housing there, and then this elevation change will allow for this recreational feature that could kind of go down there. So we see this as an opportunity to do we could have the facilities, there will be lighting, we'll do enhanced landscaping. So the transition from Carr Lake, also any development on the upper slope. And then also looking at possibly doing restrooms contained within this development. And again, as if I didn't already say this, was talking about looking at enhancing those trails. So next slide, please. And this just shows an example. This is the Watsonville pump track. So again, we would have professionals that do this, that would design something specifically to the site. Next slide, please. Again, a separate skate parks. So that could be part of this development. Next slide, please. And again, just to talk about the community meetings, we had 2 of them. We had overwhelming support for these 2 features. We put it forth as development opportunities, did bring the idea of these items, of these 2 development opportunities, but had overwhelming support for these 2 recreational features, particularly on site. So we see this as a project cost of $3 million. And then we have an annual operation and maintenance cost of $195. So that includes 1 full-time park aide. So that would be opening, closing, maintaining restrooms, landscaping, and then increase the materials and maintenance costs of about $75,000 a year. So that concludes that portion. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Lindsay. Well, supervisors, there was some information included in the staff report. And once we contacted the environmental consultants to come out on site and provide proposals, our anticipated costs were significantly higher with regards to CEQA. While CEQA does not have to be completed by the time the application is due, it needs to be completed within 3 months following that, prior to the award. The state will check in on us to see our progress, but we wanted to make this information available to you now because it is a significant dollar amount that will need to be invested in order to apply for these projects. So looking at, and I might preface that this is, I guess these would be, the numbers aren't going to go higher than this. We are going back out to the consultants to have them provide additional proposals. We had a North County consultant do the North County parks and the South County consultant do the South County parks, and we're flipping them. I'll be meeting with them tomorrow to discuss the North County Parks, and Nate Merkel is working with our North County consultants at South County Parks. So it is a heavy lift with regards to dollar amounts. We were originally looking at costing this out of the Fund 402 CIP admin account. However, that account has approximately $225,000 in it, which we've set aside roughly 175 for this. But as you can see from these numbers, that's not going to come close to covering this. So based on your consideration and recommendations and direction to staff, we would need to return to the board with an augmentation request should you wish to pursue all of these projects. You could also narrow this down to just a handful, one or two projects, should you desire. So we wanted you to be aware of these costs that are significantly higher than what we have in the staff report. And we would work with the budget office and try to find the most expedient way to get back to the board for your consideration of an augmentation request. Next slide. So next steps in order to actively pursue these opportunities would be to adopt the resolutions that are before you today, to begin the CEQA evaluation and clearance, pending your direction on that as well. Complete and submit the grant applications by November 5th, and then submit the CEQA clearance within 3 months of the application deadline, or with the application award, I should say. And then if selected, we would need to obtain board approval to accept the grants and approve the projects moving forward. And with that, that ends our presentation, and we're all available for questions or comments.
All right, thank you all for the presentation and all the work that went into getting us to where we sit today. I will bring it out to my colleagues for some questions, and then we'll take it to public comment and bring it back for some decision making. I just want to do a quick time check. It is about 3 o'clock, and we have one other item on our agenda this afternoon. So I'm just keeping us on track, but I will be happy to hear from any colleagues. I have a few questions, and I'll jump right in. Or Supervisor Lopez, go ahead.
No questions, Madam Chair. Just want to express support. I know that the projects that were highlighted, especially in my district, were ones that we had some robust community meetings and great engagement on. I want to thank the team for bringing this forward. I know the team's changed a little and folks have some new roles, but you've all been on the ground since day one. And so I really want to express my gratitude for you guys bringing this forward. The only half question I have is just a clarification on that potential need for an augmentation. That 450 roughly would be minimized by the 175 you estimate having held back in reserves. And so on the high end, the potential augmentation would be around 275 or something like that by my math, maybe a little less. But just wanted that clarification that would be reduced by the estimated funding you have available in that additional account.
So thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Well, yes, it could be. However, using the money from the CIP account could potentially make it difficult to get other projects started, and could potentially require additional augmentations being brought forth for other facilities and public works projects. So we would just need to work with the budget office and figure the best way to accomplish that. And yeah.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. And I know I'm in a better position than perhaps other supervisors, as the estimates in my district are much lower. So appreciate that too. Sorry, had to throw that in there. That's all for me, Madam Chair.
And if I might add, supervisors, one thing I forgot to mention is that the CEQA cost would be reimbursable should we get the grant awards. We can apply those CEQA costs, design costs, things like that, as long as those amounts don't exceed 25% of the total grant award. So they would be recoverable costs.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I have some more comments, but I'll defer because I know Mayor Craig has to leave. Mayor Salinas, Kimberly Craig, and I certainly want to hear from her. But I know I just want to just briefly comment that I think this is the last round of funding under Prop 68, the Parks bond, State Parks bond. I think there's two separate pots of $25 million each, and I know on the BMX and skate park referral, we filed that very many months ago, knowing that this was the last round coming. So I just want to express my strong support that we pursue to get this project off the ground. The only one that directly serves youth and disadvantaged neighborhoods that are right next door. So I appreciate those who have sent in letters of support and those who are here to speak in public comments in support of this project as well. And I want to thank staff for holding those two community meetings to get input. We had a wide range of constituents, including local youth who participated on those. And I thank staff for making sure we're getting community voices in this process.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions. So in terms of the grant application, with the features that we're proposing, if we get approved for the project, we're locked into building out everything that we've outlined in each park project.
Correct.
Okay, so I think I'll just jump right to like where my concerns are. We've had a long history of trying to do work on the former Fort Ord, and there's always, like without fail, expanded project costs when we do anything out there. And so the specific budget for the Fort Ord portion of the proposal isn't included in the presentation. But if you look through it, I don't think that it's a realistic budget to develop what we're proposing for that particular project. I will say, so while I would like to see it move forward, I think that we do need to dial in exactly what those costs are so that what we're proposing, if we are funded, we are able to actually deliver on the proposal. The youth camp out there has been, that portion of the little shoe there has been a long sought feature for the former Fort Ord. And we know that expanding access to youth camping opportunities, youth overnight programs is something that we don't have a lot of opportunity spaces for. So I do believe that that is has been envisioned for that particular site for 20 years or more since Fort Ord closed. And I would say that given that the bike skills facilities that are being built into the master plan of nearby parks, that may be one that would have the biggest impact on the East Garrison community in terms of people coming and going and visual impact and noise impact to the neighbors who are right there. Whereas that youth camp has been something that's been talked about, has been planned for, has been in the works for many, many years. So that shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone. So I guess my question would be, would there be, if we give approval to move forward today, what is the opportunity to dial in to do so, giving direction to dial in those costs so that we really are realistic in terms of what we need to get that youth camp piece done?
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor. So this was a really high level budget based on some market research and generic costs. We would need to dial that in with an estimator from our JOC team. And we didn't want to, given that there was a number of projects, we didn't want to really incur a whole lot of costs prior to without knowing the direction that the board would like to take. And so we most definitely can refine this. We had to do that with the San Lorenzo project. It was a very large project, and we narrowed it down based on, it was this exorbitant amount of money. So we narrowed it down to get to the 8.4, I think it was. And so we most definitely could do this as well. I would need to check with my team to see if we would need to come back to the board for additional consideration, given the change of the scope of the projects. But we can most definitely, pending your direction, remove or add components to this project.
Okay, and I think the other piece is that, this is really exciting. District 4 is one of our, we don't have any public county parks in the district. And so this is a really exciting opportunity for the community to gain some critically necessary features. I mean, a parking lot, once Inter-Garrison opened, we lost effectively the only safe parking spot for people to access the Fort Ord National Monument. So the opportunity to create a parking space and a parking lot where people can safely unload cars full of children and bikes and dogs and family members, I think is really desirable, as is the opportunity to get some facility infrastructure to use it as a youth camp. I guess I'm not surprised about the secret cost coming in at what it did, but it definitely does throw a wrench into, I think, some of the plans that are being outlined here. But I would ask my colleagues for support in terms of making some investments into our Fort Ord a property that we own to make sure that it's usable and safe for the residents and the larger community who really has found Fort Ord to be a place where they can get outside and spend time in nature and with family. We had 1.5 million visitors accessing Fort Ord this past year. So the need is there and the desire is there, and creating those safe spaces for people is really important. I don't see any of my colleagues. Oh, I see Supervisor Adams, and then we'll go. Yep, thank you.
I don't know to whom this would be, either Brian or Lindsay, but when you were doing this, when you were looking at the criteria that are pointed out in the notes for the grant, did you take the 6 projects that are being brought forward and do any kind of a comparative scoring of them to know how they rank against the criteria that's being laid out?
So Janie worked with our OGALS liaison, as well as with Ashley, to work and develop the competitiveness of the projects. All of them meet the criteria laid forth. The program doesn't specifically say what needs to be done, other than there needs to be a multi-use trail and attract tourism or visitors from a 20-mile radius. And we feel that these suites of projects would most definitely do that.
Okay, and was there any attempt to determine which ones would serve the greatest number of people, or which ones would provide the most return on our investment, or anything like that at all?
Sure. So based on park usage, Toro Park is our heaviest use day park, approximately over 100,000 visitors a year, as well as Fort Ord coming online. It's also a very heavily used, I think Supervisor Rudascu said 1.5 million visitors per year. So those 2 parks made this suite of projects for each of them very competitive, given the nature and how heavily visited they are.
Okay, and then thank you very much for that, Brian. And then the last question I have would actually probably be for Ashley Walker. And that is, there had been a recommendation that we would be competing against ourselves if we submitted too many proposals. Could you expand on that just a little bit and help us refine, or let us know what you think we should be doing to put us in the best and most competitive position?
Sure, Supervisor Adams, and thank you. That's an excellent question, and one that we considered among staff. It was my recommendation that for each of the programs, we try to limit the number of applications. I had originally recommended perhaps 2 applications per program. Most of that had to do with the fact that there's only $25 million available in each of the pots. It also had to do with the fact that I do have a lot of experience working with state parks on park funding, and they do try to spread out the funds. It's a rare occasion that if the county submitted 6 applications, that more than 1 or 2 would be funded. And that's if the pots of funding were very large. So considering all of those things plus staff time, these applications are extremely lengthy. They take a lot of staff investment and a lot of preparation, as you also saw with the CEQA numbers that came out as well. So I gave my recommendation to try to limit the amount of applications. This is also, though, hand in hand with the fact that the county has a lot of parks needs. And we've realized that through doing this exercise, is that we have a lot of parks needs. And so it's difficult to dwindle down the list, right? Because there's these amazing park projects that you all have. So I don't think that it's a bad idea to put multiple applications. Yeah, at some point we're competing against our own selves. So I think there's a fine line. In my direct discussions with state parks about our projects, we have multiple wonderful projects. So I don't think that it's a bad idea to submit multiple applications, but there does need to be a line drawn at some point about how many applications we are submitting and what we're asking staff to prepare and whether or not that's really a waste of resources or not.
Thank you, Ashley. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. All right, let's take it out to public comment on this item. We do have a time-sensitive item that we need to start no later than 3:30 today. So we'll take public comment and bring it back for discussion. But if we're not done with public comment and action by then, we'll need to swap over to our other item and then bounce back to this one when we're completed. My apologies for the moving of things around. Okay, so let's start with Mayor Craig. Thank you for joining us today. We've got a minute 30 on the clock for you.
Thanks very much for taking me first. I do have a 4 o'clock city council meeting, so I promise you I will be short. I do want to first and foremost say thank you to Supervisor Alejo for his support of the skate park and BMX pump track, and I would really encourage the board here to move forward in pursuing that Prop 68 funding for that particular project. As you may or may not know, that is centrally located between some of our most marginalized communities, including Acosta Plaza, Laurel Heights, and even so much so as areas of Creek Bridge and the apartments there at Creek Bridge. It's also located next to the regional soccer complex. And so I would just make note that we have children from all areas of our community and outside of our community that will be visiting that particular area. I think it's a great opportunity. It's perfectly located to have that particular track. And also just on a final note, I think it's another opportunity for the city of Salinas and the county of Monterey to partner on something pretty phenomenal for our youth. So last and final comment, just that 35% of our residents are under the age of 19. And so we are a very young city and would really love your support for that particular project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Craig, for joining us and for your comments today. Next up, we've got Dan Baldwin, followed by Elizabeth. Dan, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. I'm Dan Baldwin, President and CEO of the Community Foundation for Monterey County. I'm not going to repeat anything that Mayor Craig said. I agree with everything that she said. I am also speaking in support of the BMX and skate park. I've worked on one of these projects in a prior job in a prior community. I've seen the very positive impacts that it's had. You know, when I was a kid, and I don't want to tell you how long ago that was, but when I was a kid, we built, you know, baseball fields, basketball courts, a lot of open space. That appealed to whatever the sporting sentiment was for youth at that time. Well, a lot of that has shifted, and BMX and skate parks are very, very popular. They bring a lot of good physical exercise to kids that might not participate in some of these other team sports, and it creates a strong sense of community. So anyway, I will not belabor it, but I do also want to thank Supervisor Alejo for advancing this project. And I know you have a tough decision, but I am here speaking in support of the BMX and skate park. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, for your comments. Next up, we have Elizabeth, followed by Mark Watson. Sorry, we've lost Elizabeth's hand. We'll go to Mark Watson, followed by Deborah Kelly.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Mark Watson, and I live on Watkins Gate Road in East Garrison. And I want to speak to you today about the proposed travel campsite, which, as currently planned, will directly impact our community. The residents of East Garrison, and particularly those on adjacent to West Camp and Watkins Gate roads already feel the impact of visitors using the recreational area, which neighbors our homes. Every day, there are vehicles unloading their mountain bikes and parking in front of our homes on Watkins Gate Road. I'm very much in favor of providing a place for all of these visitors to park for access to the area, but I suggest such access to parking be provided off of Inter-Garrison, west of East Garrison, in the darker turquoise colored area on the map, and to provide a buffer of open space between East Garrison and the proposed activity areas in order to mitigate potentially negative impacts on the peacefulness of our community. As you may already be aware, the opening of the east end of Watkins Gate Road to Reservation Road has had the unintended consequence of inviting commuters to drive through our neighborhoods on West Camp and Watkins Gate, often speeding in excess of 50 miles per hour. We are working through the Community Services District to address this traffic and safety issue, but feel that locating the travel camp directly off of West Camp and Watkins Gate will similarly compromise the safety and serenity of our community. I urge you to consider alternate access to the camp and an open space buffer between the camp and the community of East Garrison. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mark. Next up, Deborah Kelly, followed by Mary with Bike Monterey.
Afternoon, Madam Chairman and Board of Supervisors. I'm a resident of East Garrison community. I wanted to speak to you today regarding the proposal for the development of the four-door travel camp to be located off the West Camp Street and Watkins Gate Road next to East Garrison homes. When my husband and I purchased our home, the value of the home was in its quiet rural setting with the lovely oak trees and rolling foothills. We are concerned that this will all change dramatically with the development of the travel camp that is being proposed and have a negative impact on this quiet wooded area. By my rough estimates, currently about 4,000 people bike through and run through the proposed development area yearly. My understanding is the county is estimating the number of people to come to the travel camp yearly is around 250,000. This is a huge jump, not only in traffic, but in noise, trash, etc. And it will have a negative impact on the wildlife that lives in the area. In addition, the property values of the homes facing the camp area will certainly suffer because of the noise and activities coming from the camp. Because of these reasons, I oppose the development of the four-door travel camp in its current location and respectfully ask the board to locate the camp in a different location, possibly off Inter-Garrison Road, but please not right next door to my home. Thank you for your time and consideration in my concerns.
Thank you for joining us today. Next up, we have Mary with Bike Monterey, followed by Cesar Laura.
Thank you. When my son, who's age 44, was growing up in Monterey County, he's a native here. He serving currently in the Middle East in the military. At that time, when he was skateboarding, a skateboard was really seen more as a toy or maybe sports equipment. But I'd like to address the advantage of the BMX and skate park, the advantage of that providing another opportunity for youth to develop safer skateboarding skills who are using a skateboard for transportation. Even though I will never use a skateboard for transportation, and probably none of you will either, that's increasingly an option for active transportation for youth. And I'd love to see them have more places where they can really develop their skills for coordination, precision, endurance, and other skills that are important to safer skateboarding. If you talk with librarians around the county, say at Castroville Library, they'll tell you it's not so much kids biking here, but they're coming here on skateboards. So this is an increasing need for our youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have Cesar Laura, and this is the last hand raise, so I'll close public comment after Cesar so we can bring it back for the board. Thanks for joining us, Cesar.
Well, thank you for having me, and really want to speak in favor of the BMX pump track skate project. And why I want to highlight that is an issue of equity. I think that the county over the years has invested a lot into the county parks system, and now it's time to place one of those projects right in the heart of the city of Salinas, in the heart of the county of Monterey. And so I really stand before you to really support this project and asking for you to go forward and ask for the funds. I don't just speak for myself, but also a number of youth that we've been organizing through Milpa participated in the public meetings leading up to this. And unfortunately, they couldn't attend this meeting because of school commitments. really wanted to ask the Board of Supervisors to move forward on this project and really raise it up as an issue of equity, an issue of investing in one of the most densely populated community areas that you all represent as a county as a whole. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Cesar. All right, so it's 3:20. I think what we need to do is move on to our next item, and then we will come back for board direction on this, unless there's a simple motion that we can make at this point. And I think the big question is in regards to the CEQA consideration of the $429,000 cost to move forward with all of the projects listed, which would require a $275,000 funding augmentation from a location that would need to be identified and brought back forward to the board, if I'm understanding correctly. So if there's support for moving forward and directing staff to find that augmentation funding.
Could they put that back on the
CEQA consideration slide?
Please.
Could we get that CEQA consideration slide costing back up on the screen?
Yes, just a moment. There we go.
So back up on the screen, we've got our CEQA considerations for each of the projects with the total cost of $429, understanding there's about $175,000 in reserves. And so if we were to move forward with all of these, we would need to identify an additional $275,000 of augmentation in order to fully fund the CEQA, which could be some of it reimbursed if the project gets approved based on the conversation today. But it would be unlikely that all projects get approved. So there will be some costs there that if we do plan on building out the rest of these parks, we would in fact be able to benefit from the work that we're doing on the CEQA. I'll throw out a motion to ask Supervisor Phillips.
Well, it's 23 million is statewide, so I have a real serious question how much money we should spend in chasing that with our county. But I would maybe think about, and I think any parks projects that we want to put this money into in the CEQA analysis, they ought to be projects that we know, even if we don't get this money, we're going to be going forward and following through on. But I think I would probably eliminate Toro Park and Fort Ord only because they're such big ticket items. I'm interested to see what the other ones other people think, but that would kind of be my inclination. And we got to consider what the cost to us is once these projects are completed. Are we going to add considerable staff to our Parks Department? So anyway, those are just my thoughts.
And Supervisor Alejo.
First of all, I would say that we're not competing against ourselves. We're competing against all the other applications across the state, because it's actually state agency staff that will review this and look at them and score them and make decisions based on all the other applications they got in the state. I know from staff side, they probably don't want to submit all the ones listed here, but I don't think we should cut ourselves short early on when it's not our decision and it's not our opinion about the scoring. That's going to be left the state staff that will review the requirements of the state park bonds. But I do know that there is an emphasis on recent years on making sure that it's equitable to communities of color, disadvantaged communities, to youth, not just the high tourist destinations, although some of our parks are beautiful, and I don't disagree with that at all. So I just want us to to just not take some statements and then use that as a reason why we shouldn't advance some of these applications. But I did just want to say though, we've been talking about governing for racial equity, and I said that, and in this, whatever we decide on what projects go forward, I wanted to make sure that we're in this case making sure that we're looking after the interests of disadvantaged community and youth. Salinas is underparked, considering its size of between 160 to 170,000 residents, and as Mayor Craig pointed out, 35% who are under the age of 19 years old. So it's very significant. But there's some exciting things happening in the area that we're talking about. The city of Salinas is a partner on this project. So is the Community Foundation. We've had discussions about supporting this all the way through, but the city of Salinas has already placed a new sidewalk on Constitution on the other side of the soccer complex. The other one between Acosta Plaza and Natividad Hospital is in the planning stages, but it will come through. It will be adjacent to where this park is going to be located. So it's really going to improve pedestrian and skateboard and bike safety along this entire corridor. So our time couldn't be better. We were contacted by the Blue Zones project also, because there's an interest in improving the trails all behind that area that right now are not as safe. They have vegetation issues. They haven't been improved in quite some time. And so we have a meeting to follow up on that conversation tomorrow. So there's a lot of community partners, not to mention the Big Sur Foundation and other organizations, Bicycle Monterey, a lot of other groups who are interested in bringing this to fruition, but also putting forward the strongest application. The only question I had is whether the 3 million is the right number, because like I said, I know we're competing against everyone else. And sometimes if a project is lesser, it might, when it's competing with so many other projects, we might have a better chance. And I know the skate park in Watsonville, that alone was about 1.3 million. Their newest BMX pump track was 600,000. And I know with some of the trail improvements, I'm just wondering if I just want to caution staff that perhaps rather than just saying we want the full amount, that we could be strategic and perhaps pursuing 2 million, as that might help us improve the odds of being able to get approved for a project of this size and this scope. I know some of the other projects have a much larger amounts because there's a lot of different aspects included in there. As I think Supervisor Askew recognized, that the more project items you got in there, the more expensive it's going to be to fully carry out if you are approved. And so I just want on this particular project, as we don't have any county parks at all, 0 county parks money goes to Salinas, District 1. I think I think that's why I think this is pursuing state money, and that we could carry this out knowing that every year this particular Supervisor district is completely excluded from from county parks funding each year. And I've been very supportive of making a lot of improvements, even with our ARPA, putting 3 million for the parks in South County. We put some money towards North County parks and another one throughout the county. I just hope on this one, this is just, we're not approving money, we're just approving moving forward and pursuing the state money that's available. So I'll just throw it out as a motion. I would support moving all these projects forward. I know my colleagues don't want any of the projects in their areas excluded.
I'll second that, Supervisor Alejo.
Okay,
And I am watching the clock. We do need to, and I apologize, we hit the 3:30 timeline. We have another urgent item that we need to talk about. So we do need to continue this discussion until after our item number, next item number 16.1. Thank you. So my apologies to all who are watching. Hang tight. We will circle back to this momentarily. But we are going to now move along to item number 16.1, which is consider introducing and setting for adoption on September 21st, 2021, an ordinance requiring the use of face coverings indoors by all persons over the age of 2, regardless of vaccination status, with limited exceptions. And I will ask County Council Les Gerard to verbally present
on this.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for taking this a little bit out of order. We do have a hard deadline to get the ordinance published if it's to be considered for adoption next week. I won't repeat everything I said last week. I would like to incorporate for the record, however, the comments I made last week that basically gave an overview of what the ordinance is. And again, it adopts an indoor mask requirement, facial covering requirement for everybody over the age of 2 in both the incorporated and unincorporated areas of Monterey County, with certain limited exceptions. One of the exceptions that was suggested last week, and I believe Supervisor Alejo actually included that in his motion to approve, if I could share my screen, was a suggestion from the hospitality industry. There we go. From the hospitality industry to allow people who showed proof of vaccination or showed proof of a negative COVID test performed within 72 hours of the gathering to be an exception. Unfortunately, the yellow highlighted area violates a state public health order. The state has ordered or required everybody who is unvaccinated to wear a facial covering indoors. So adopting this would be contrary to state guidance, state regulation rather, not just guidance. So I have excluded that. That would be excluded, and unfortunately it was included in the draft that was attached to the agenda items, but some eagle eyes over at the Public Health Department caught that for me. So that cannot be included in the draft ordinance. In addition, there was a request to consider an opt-out for the incorporated areas because that some of the cities in the county would prefer not to have to abide by this requirement. If the board wishes, here's some language that I have drafted that requires a resolution approved by a city council to opt out, allowing a city within the county to opt out of the requirement. And lastly, there was a request to consider triggers, if you will, for either being effective or not being effective. And I have drafted some language that I can share. And right now, really the only metric we have is that's readily available is the CDC's community transmission rate that's available on the CDC website. So the top language, let's see, there we go, okay, better, okay. So the top language, which is enlarged here, makes the normally a due course ordinance is effective 31 days after it is adopted. So if this gets adopted next week, it would not be effective until October 22nd, I think the date is. So this language would make it effective on the 31st day after adoption, provided at the time that our community transmission rate is calculated by the CDC is either substantial or high. Those are the two tiers that the CDC recommends you wear masks indoors. There are two other levels, which are moderate and low. And the CDC does not recommend wearing masks indoors if your county is in one of those two tiers. So the ordinance, as I said, would be effective 31 days after adoption if the county's transmission rate is either substantial or high on that date, or 7 days after the county's transmission rate transitions to substantial or high from moderate or low, because in 31 days, we might be in the moderate or low range. The second sentence is the termination trigger, which would be 7 days following the transition of the county's transmission rate to moderate or low from either substantial or high, or upon order of the Board of Supervisors, unless renewed or extended. There is another option, which is to make it effective 31 days after adoption, provided our rate is either substantial or high, and terminate at either the earlier to occur of 60 days or upon order of the Board of Supervisors. The situation with the 31-day waiting period is that the board and the county can continue to monitor our situation and see what efforts are necessary and whether the ordinance should be modified to either become effective at a later time or be terminated earlier. So those are the two options really we have about triggers, either for effectiveness or for termination. So with that, I'm happy to try to answer any questions and seek your direction on the final language for the ordinance.
Thank you, Les. And so let's just, to be clear, so there's the ordinance as a whole, and then the three questions would be the hospitality language to include, the opt-out language to include, and the trigger language to include.
That's correct. And one more point, Chair, the agenda title wasn't quite complete. The motion would be to introduce waive reading and set for adoption on the 21st, the ordinance. I forgot the waive reading part.
And set for adoption. Okay.
And Madam Chair,
Yep.
also, I think embedded in that word, County Council said, an option could be that it expires after 60 days. That it doesn't have to be 60 days. It could be some other time frame.
That's correct. It could be 30 or some other period of time.
Okay, great. And Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I'm supportive of this, but I'm not supportive of the opt-out language. I think if we're even going to act like we're going to try to enforce this, having an opt-out would simply be not feasible. I think it's simply too confusing for someone who's coming here to visit to try to figure out where you can and where you cannot mask. I think it would be very difficult to enforce and very difficult for people to try to abide by because people want to obey the law. So I would be supportive of this completely except for the opt-out language.
And as far as the trigger language goes, did you have a preference for one of the two options?
So Les, could you please say again, one is based on the incidents and the other was based on, you had another word that I didn't quite.
Currently, there are really three options that you have. Currently, as written, the ordinance says that it's effective 31 days after adoption and terminates at the earlier of 60 days or order of the Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
Les, I'm sorry, your microphone wasn't on, so those of us on the
Thank you very
Zoom here didn't capture it.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. There really are three options as written. The ordinance is effective 31 days after adoption and will terminate at the earlier of 60 days or an order of the Board of Supervisors. The two options that I have drafted here, the first one on the top says that it's effective 31 days after adoption, provided that the county's CDC community transmission rate is calculated by the CDC is either substantial or high, or if not, then 7 days after the community transmission rate transitions to substantial or high from moderate or low. So for example, 31 days after adoption, we might be moderate or low, but a week later we get into substantial or high. So it would be effective 7 days after that. This trigger has a termination trigger that says that the ordinance's requirements shall terminate at the earlier to occur of 7 days following the transition from moderate, high or substantial to moderate or low, or upon order of the Board of Supervisors. So the third option has the trigger for its effectiveness, but then includes the requirement for termination at the earlier of 60 days or 30 days or order of the Board of Supervisors. So that this one has no termination trigger in the sense of the transmission rate.
That one simply seems easier to to understand, but I could go with either one of them, quite frankly.
Okay, great. Thank you. I don't see anyone else's hand raised. And I just, I think this is honoring the conversation that we had last week about using data to make our decisions, as well as recognizing that as a board, that our responsibility here is to consider impacts that go beyond the limited scope that the health department and Dr. Moreno have in terms of hospital capacity and things like that. We really have a responsibility, I feel, to include social and economic factors in our decision making. So I think that what's being proposed is something that I can also support. I think that's the hospitality language. Unfortunate that we aren't able to
more closely follow what the practice is that's happening now. And I would hope that our hospitality folks can work with what the state allows us to do here. Mary, I think I'm with you on not really getting excited about an opt-out clause. I get it, right? Like things are different, but we don't exist in isolation of one another. People live in one community and work in another. And if our goal here is to keep kids in school, to keep businesses open, to continue on our economic recovery, and to prevent the spread of the virus so that we can do the things that we want to do, I don't know that I can justify that being driven by data as a decision. And then for the trigger language, I'm happy, Mary, I think your suggestion about the simplest one, but I do think that for some of the feedback that I heard last week was that people were looking for data to drive decisions about ending things. So in some perfect world, right, by the time this goes into effect, we stay in the low transmission range, and we're still there, and we're going to not, kids get vaccinated and we never pop back up again. So I think I'd be comfortable saying that if we, it's triggered by hitting the substantial or high CDC, and then once we hit that and it activates, that we stay in it. I think you had suggested 7 days on the screen, but I would suggest something closer to 30 days, so that once we are in low and we stay in low or moderate for 30 days, if we're still there, then we would trigger out of any kind of mask requirement. But also interested in hearing from my colleagues. So we'll go to Supervisor Phillips and then Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I did not support this last week, and I will not support it this week. And I'll briefly state my reasons and then go on. But we're all concerned about the kids, and a lot of the motivation for this is the kids that are proving positive for the virus when they went back to school. But I mean, it was expected that we would have some COVID cases when the kids have been isolated, and most of them couldn't qualify for the vaccination, that we would see some positive tests, just like you would anybody who had been isolated. The kids and the teachers are masked, and how that translates then into indoor masks, no matter what the circumstances or length of stay that the person's in the indoors, I don't see how that translates. I think Monterey County is a unique county. It's different from the other Bay Area counties, and just because San Francisco and the other Bay Area counties made this decision, I don't see that it mandates that we follow along. I see some disincentive. The visitors that are told to come here now when they're coming here from by the convention centers are told you have to be vaccinated to come here. And now we're saying, well, no, if you come here, you wear a mask, you don't have to be vaccinated. So I see maybe a messaging problem that's not what we entail. I guess my main concern, though, with almost 80% of our people vaccinated, with the present low infection rate right now, with our health official, not just Dr. Marino, but Christy Mishi, our entire health staff, they still don't support this. And I think if our numbers go up, I think we'll have a different reaction immediately from Dr. Marino and his staff. But I do think this serves to undermine our health officials, which we have been relying on in the past. And I don't think it has the support of all our cities. We heard from King City Mayor last time, and I don't think that's the only one. And frankly, our community sees this as arbitrary and capricious with us moving forward without the support of our health department. And frankly, it does not have the support of much of our community. And they went and got vaccinated. They did everything we asked them to do. They're wearing masks when they're going in to be asked to at the various departments and stores. And I mean, there's just a lot of angst and angry with us moving forward without the support of the health department. So I don't think it's particularly good public relations for our county as we go forward. So I will not support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I heard the opposite. I heard from a lot of constituents and health professionals, especially, that they would have loved to have seen this being able to be done last week. And I wish our county council would have told us that we had an option with 3 votes to do a due course ordinance rather than the urgency version of one. Otherwise, we probably could have acted and not have this placed on the agenda this week. But I also agree with what my colleagues have said, that I think, and it's in line with what I think even Supervisor Phillips said previously, which is we need a consistent policy across the county, not one that was for the unincorporated and then every city perhaps doing one or not doing one. This works best when there is a consistent policy across the county. And the reason why is because we were seeing a substantial increase in cases, especially the increasing every week, the increasing cases of the Delta variant. And even from our health professionals, there's even assumptions that the more recent infections are from this most deadly variant. And the reason we're asking people to wear masks, especially when they're indoors, is because that's where it's most likely to spread. And even if you're vaccinated, you can still get you can still get infected, and you could still pass that infection to others. But when you're vaccinated and you're masked, when we're seeing the concerns that are happening now across California, our communities are better protected. And it's not just about looking about what is a disincentive for visitors to come here. It's about protecting the people that work here, that work in all those locations. So because when they go back home, we don't want them to get their family household members sick, or their children sick, or their grandparents, the elderly in their home sick, or most vulnerable. So I'm all for this, and I thank our county council for clarifying some of these points. And I think now it's at least letting our community know that this is going to be a tool for us to use after the 31 days if we're in a bad situation, and that it's contingent on being in a substantial or high risk area. There's going to be, it's limited in terms of when it will be in effect. I agree that perhaps 30 days is the right number, as I even suggested last week. But there's but by including that, the community knows if it does kick in, it will be very temporary, not more than a month, and then it will be reevaluated whether it would continue. I think it's the right thing to do. I've seen too many people get killed, a lot of close people having their relatives get killed. The tragic stories in the Washington Post about a father and a mother in their 30s not being vaccinated and leaving behind 5 children. For me, those stories continue to be heart-wrenching, devastating. And I think if we could do these measures that will help prevent that and will save lives, I think we should act and do that. Let's have it as a tool for the future, and it will kick in if we're in a worse situation in just over 30 days from now. And if we don't need to use it, then that would be a good thing. But we need to have tools to protect our community if things get worse in the coming weeks. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm not gonna, I've already expressed my point. I don't think it needs reiteration today. And so I can count to 3. I just, I heard from the majority of city councils in my jurisdiction, even folks who had signed on to the letter that we got saying we did not understand that this was unique and that you will be stepping in and taking authority in our cities. And so given those concerns, I can't support this. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. All right, let's take it to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board. If you are with us for public comment, if you wouldn't mind raising your hand so that I can monitor and manage public comment. We'll start with Matt, followed by Mayor Mike Labar. Thank you for joining us, Matt. We've got you unmuted.
Oh, this was for the skate park.
Oh, okay. We'll be circling back to that one shortly, Matt. Hang tight.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we have Mayor Mike Labar, followed by Michelle Lindley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board, for this opportunity to speak on this item. Just a few points. I brought up my concerns last time. Again, just found out about this today. And this is something that does affect the jurisdictions that are under our city's authority. I disagree that the board has the authority to act in this manner. I am very concerned that our city, our health officer is the county health officer. That's our structure. And I'm very concerned that you're stepping in and assuming that role of our health officer for our city, the person who does that for us. I just don't, I understand your concerns. I think they're valid and I appreciate those and I respect them. But this is the wrong tack to take. You should be looking at an opt-in option. I understand you want consistency, but the consistency right now is that everyone has freedom of choice. Everyone can choose the course and destiny in their own lives and what's best for themselves and their family. And for the board to act in a manner of basically becoming the health officer and prescribing masks, I think is wrong. I'd really hope that you would keep the partnership that we've had within this county with the cities all working together and vote no on this ordinance. Thank you, Chair, for your consideration.
Thank you for joining us today. Next up, we have, was it Michelle Lindley? We lost a hand. Nope, I did have it. Okay, here we go. Michelle Lindley, followed by Carolyn Swanson. And Michelle, we've given you permission to unmute. Oh, we lost Michelle. Okay, we'll circle back to Michelle and try again. Next, do we have you, Michelle?
Hello.
Okay, very good. Thank you for joining us today.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Lindley, and I was very disappointed to see that certain board members have reintroduced the mask ordinance on the agenda after it was voted down at last week's special meeting. It appears that some board members are determined to push this through without any regard to the data or the blessing of Dr. Moreno. It is abundantly clear that this is not about health, but pursuing a personal or political agenda when you now reintroduce this as a regular item that only requires a majority vote instead of 4 out of 5 vote that was required as emergency ordinance. Dr. Moreno is the person you've been trusted for over the last 18 months to make decisions regarding the health matters of this county based on his experience, knowledge, and qualifications. Now it seems because you don't like his decision at this point, you want to overrule him as non-medical professionals and decide what you think is right. Voting in favor of this ordinance sets a bad precedent, as now the board is acting as doctors making medical and health decisions for its constituents. This is not the board's role, whether it seems within your legal power. This feels like government overreach. Dr. Moreno explained the data regarding COVID-19 and that at this point, the data does not merit implementing a mask mandate this time. Another week has gone by since the special meeting and the numbers continue to trend downward. At this point, setting a mask ordinance is purely virtual signaling and making it feel like you're doing something. In conclusion, the board should not be making decisions based on feelings, but on data, which clearly doesn't support a mask mandate at this time. The board needs to leave the health decisions to the health director. I entrust our local businesses and individuals to do what they feel is necessary to keep themselves and or their staff safe without their board of supervisors who do not have medical degrees deciding for them. I strongly urge you to vote no on the mask ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today, Michelle. Next up, we have Carolyn Swanson, followed by Gary Curcio.
So, am I up?
Yep, Cesar Laura, we've got you up next. Oh, no, sorry, Cesar, I'm sorry. My apologies. Got too many moving fingers here. So Carolyn Swanson, followed by Gary Curcio.
Thank you, Chair Rudescu. My name is Carolyn Swanson. I'm an elected school board trustee for Pacific Grove Unified, and today I'm speaking as an individual. I'm here today to speak in support of a mask mandate. I'm also a parent to a medically fragile child who's at high risk of severe effects of COVID. She's 9 years old and not eligible for vaccination. As you know, advocating for our citizens isn't always a straight line. And I've been really excited to watch this process with the addition of the edits from our hospitality industry, which is an industry who I greatly respect and which I have actually worked in as an employee and now employer for the past 17 years. I also really appreciate that the ordinance will be linked to the CDC data, which is the only data metric that we have right now to operate off of for things such as this. And as a member of the public, this really does, to me, it feels like it has been a collaborative process that will allow for the majority of stakeholders the hospitality industry, folks who have kids in school, to be heard and to have our needs addressed. I do urge you all to please vote in favor of this mask mandate today to help keep our county up and running and to help keep our school children safe until they're eligible for vaccines or until the CDC data shows otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Gary Curcio, followed by Ricardo Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gary Curcio, Director of Government Affairs for the Monterey County Hospitality Association. I'm going to beg your indulgence on this. I know it's not normal that you answer questions during this public comment, but right now there are several of us that are very confused over the cutout that was requested from hospitality. First of all, the draft in the packet showed it as it was presented last week. So there we felt, all right, that's great. We don't have any reason to speak. But candidly, right now, not only myself, but others are confused over the explanation by that Les Gerard gave. Possible that we can have a clarification. Here's the way I'm understanding it, that can ask our groups to show vaccine cards and proof of vaccine. If they have them, they can attend the meeting unmasked. We cannot ask for a COVID test, and anyone who does not have a card guaranteeing vaccination must wear a mask. Am I interpreting that correctly? And again, I really appreciate your indulgence. Thank you.
Could we get some clarification on that? I think it's an important question.
The way it is currently written is that all persons present must show proof of vaccination. In other words, you can't have a mix of those vaccinated and those unvaccinated. So if there's unvaccinated people in the room, everybody has to wear a mask. And that's the guidance from the CDPH, the requirement from the CDPH.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Okay, moving on, we have Ricardo Diaz, followed by Cesar Lara.
Well, thank you again for listening, supervisors. Last week I was saying my explanation for being against this, and you guys had mentioned, decline and increase in vaccination. I mean, in COVID cases. And as of Friday night, California reported a 27% decline in weekly cases over the last 2 weeks. I just want to mention also just what I am involved with is in sports and school districts and these coaches and teachers, and they're kind of implementing their own things in the wrong way, and it's kind of unhealthy. And so again, I just it's just and it just creates a lot of division. I mean, just forcing this upon people just makes people that already didn't want or maybe do want to not want to do it. But yeah, just I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today for your comments. Next up, we have Cesar Lara.
Yeah, good afternoon, Cesar Lara. Supportive of this moving forward. As an organization from the Labor Council that represents workers, having this ordinance will definitely support working families. I, as a father that has an 8-year-old that cannot get vaccinated, I'm always fearful of bringing in the COVID virus here. And workers that work in retail, workers that work in hospitality, that would like this protection, I think this is good. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments today. Next up, we have, let's see here, Bernard Gomez, followed by Diana Prince.
Yeah, good afternoon, board, Madam Chair. Again, I think, there's there's an outbreak going on right now in the Monterey County Jail. We can't forget about those that are disenfranchised or don't have a voice and can't speak up. There is 29 active COVID cases in the jail. there's 16 officers, sheriff officers that have tested positive for COVID, and I believe there is 9 on leave right now. So any preventative measures that we can take, whether people like it or not, COVID is real, COVID is going on. People are dying, people are getting sick. Even, maybe some of them are not dying and they're just, surviving and stuff. But if we can prevent those that have underlying health issues, or especially our kids too, that can, they might be able to, they might contract it and then, infect, I don't know, their grandmas and grandpas or something, and just in or the proximity, right? So I know it's hard for folks, I mean, it's not a fun thing to wear a mask, it's like, I don't think we're built to wear masks all the time, so, but I do support a preventative measure to alleviate any type of, harm to our families. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Diana Prince, and Diana is the last hand raised, so I'm going to close public comment following Diana Prince, and we'll bring it back to the board for action. Thank you for joining us, Diana.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. I oppose the mask ordinance. I want to applaud Supervisor Phillips and Lopez for making sense, respecting the county health officer and community they serve. Kudos to you. Kudos to the IT department and health for maintaining the data up to date. That's very much appreciated. A mask mandate does not make sense because we've already achieved herd immunity. COVID has a 99% survival rate. This is not misinformation. This is actual data based on the CDC and information on our county website. Supervisor Alejo, I just want to share something that might give you peace of mind. My 80-year-old grandparents that are diabetic and grade school nieces and nephews survived COVID. I think we have a pretty good chance. Thank you.
Thank you all for joining us and for contributing, again, your feedback this week. Let's bring it back to the board. I think I see, I'm going to follow in the order that hands are raised here. Hold on. I'll go to Supervisor Phillips and then Supervisor Alejo.
No, that's a legacy.
All right. Come on, keep talking. Tell us more about what you think. All right, we will move on to, and it looks like Alejo's hand went down too.
No, I just wanted to move
Supervisor
approval.
Alejo. Yep.
I just wanted to move approval of this ordinances with the changes that were articulated earlier and without the opt-out provision.
Okay, and for the trigger language, what are you specifically suggesting?
I thought we said if using the CDC language, if we the county is in the substantial or high range.
And then how long do we stay in a mask order, or do we just do Mary had suggested doing just the simple language that once we hit that high, we stay in it indefinitely. The other option would have been to have a trigger out after 7 days after coming back into a lower moderate, or 30 days after coming back into a lower moderate.
That I'm open to either, but I thought the 30 days was the
okay. So your motion is with the 30 days then?
Because you have to do it once a mask order kicks in. You have to do the education. You have to businesses have to prepare to kind of shut it off in a week and back off. I don't know if that's that's going to be the easiest thing to implement, but 30 days I think is a fixed amount of time that I think. That when we do the education and people start implementing, it's going to be able to function best for its intent.
Okay, so the motion, I'll second your motion.
Chair, if I could just clarify, the motion needs to be to introduce, waive reading, and set for adoption on September 21st. And Supervisor Alejo, I'm a little confused about your suggestion on the termination. So there are 3 options on termination.
Could you share your screen one more time?
Oh, yeah.
That would be helpful.
So as presently written, the ordinance is effective 31 days after adoption and then terminates at the earlier of 60 days or upon the order of the Board of Supervisors. Now that could be 30 days, it could be 45, it could be any number. The options are to relate it to the CDC's community transmission rate. So the option that is currently on the screen has a effectiveness trigger that it's either we're in substantial or high on the date the ordinance becomes effective, which is the 31st date after adoption, or either transitions to substantial or high, and then it's effective 7 days after that transition happens. This language has a termination trigger that it will terminate at the earlier to occur of 7 days following the transition back to moderate or low from substantial or high, or upon order of the Board of Supervisors. The third option.
I think what we were talking about is that this one here with that 7 being 30.
But I just want to get clarity on that. The other option.
That was my understanding.
The other option is here on the screen now that says it's effective on the 31st day, provided we're in substantial or high, and then terminates at the earlier of 60 days or upon order of the Board of Supervisors. So I just need clarity on which of these options the motion includes.
Supervisor Alejo, do you want to?
Yes,
I didn't understand the one on the screen with the 7 being actually 30 days following returning to lower moderate, but I'll let you clarify.
That's correct.
Okay, so what's on the screen now with the 7 changed to 30?
And so what this means is once we trigger into a mask ordinance, that mask ordinance would remain in effect for at least 30 days, for 30 days after we drop back down into lower moderate. Right?
That's what the motion would include.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, wonderful. So we have a motion, we have a second. We've done public comments, so we'll bring it back for a board action. Board roll call vote. And this would be to introduce, waive reading, set for adoption September 21st with the changes articulated by the supervisor and county council.
Supervisor Lejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
No.
Supervisor Lopez?
No.
Supervisor Adams? Aye. And Chair Supervisor Root Askew?
Aye. Thank you, and I appreciate the comments that were shared by my colleagues as well. And I appreciate the dialogue that's taken place over the last 2 weeks and the ability of this board to make difficult decisions that aren't always appreciated by everyone, but the democratic process at work for us here right now. With that, we will send Les to work to do whatever the things are that need to happen for publishing, and we will circle back to item number 15 to continue our conversation about Prop 68 grants. Thanks for all of you who hung in with us for the diversion. Okay, we had a bunch of hands raised for Prop 68 grants, and I think the question that we were trying to figure out was, do we want to submit for all of the proposals, or do we want to pick and choose what to proceed with? And if we do want to do anything more than $175,000 of CEQA evaluation, do we want to direct staff where to find the additional augmentation funds? So I'll let you all raise your hand so I can make the rounds. Mary, Supervisor Adams, did you have additional comments?
God, it feels like that was last year. Well, I guess the only comment that I was thinking about the BMX park, which I think fits all of the criteria, since we're worried about the cost of everything, and since it is situated in the city of Salinas rather than in the county of Monterey, would there be any thought that we could get some support from Salinas to help offset the costs of the CEQA analysis? Has anybody taken a look at that or spoken to Salinas about that as a possibility?
Brian, are you able to answer that question, or someone from facilities, parks?
I'll answer that. Supervisor Adams, I have not done that yet. I'll be happy to circle back and kind of after this direction and look at how we collaborate with our community partners on how to best move forward with share cost and as far as the project development as well as ongoing maintenance cost.
Thank you very much. That was the second part of my question. Would those costs be shared or absorbed by the city? Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. I don't see other hands coming up. So I will just make my pitch for the inclusion of the Fort Ord proposal, possibly with the exception of some of the features to get us down to a reasonable application budget. But I do think that the need for a parking lot at that location has been significant and longstanding. The desire and the conversation and the planning, actual planning for a youth overnight camp similar to the Upper Toro Camp Kinsabi style youth campground area has also been something that's been envisioned, and I believe will ultimately be able to move forward if we can get the CEQA portion out of the way. It will open a lot of doors for us for funding and other action, regardless of whether this particular grant comes through. So I'm going to make my pitch for that one, and I think I hear loud and clear there's support for the BMX skate park, and I do believe that the city of Salinas, will look forward to being a partner with us on that. I know how hard Supervisor Lopez has worked on the Lake San Antonio projects, the amphitheater and the marina, and those are relatively smaller costs to move forward, whether again it's through this project or some other grant funding that we're able to find. I'm less familiar with the plans for Toro Park, but I think that the commitment that we made earlier this year when we said we want to fund fee waivers for everyone to utilize our parks, that the commitment from this board has been to continue investments in our park facilities. So I think I would be comfortable asking staff to look at where we could come up with that additional funding to get the CEQA done for these projects, to submit them all as applications, and to find future ways to pursue these projects if in fact we don't succeed with this particular Prop 68 funding opportunity.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor Adams.
I don't know if anybody else has their hands up, if I'm jumping or not.
Nope, you're good.
Yeah, so I guess I want to be frank. I mean, clearly I want to support Toro Park. It's in my district. But I am really conscious of the investment that we're looking at as far as seeing a grant, a pot of money essentially, that's just 23 million for each, or 23 million for just one. So 23 million for each pot of money, knowing that we've got, X number of counties, that could just be like $500,000, the maximum amount that we would get for each, even if we had both, if we succeeded in both, it could be, that could be what we get. And we're talking about spending, 200,000 or more, just doing CEQA to apply for it. I think that we have to be conscious of it. And with that in mind, I think we should talk much more seriously about applying for fewer projects rather than doing CEQA on all of them, taking staff's time and everything else to get that done, and just hone in on those that we think are the most critical. And with that in mind, I would look to staff. I'd like to talk to or hear from Brian of what their thoughts are. My hope, though, is that there would be a commitment from staff, as there always is, that they would continue to look for additional funding to look at the possibilities for all of the different projects that have been brought forward, all of which are good. It would be wonderful. I would love to see some activity at Lake San Antonio. We've been talking about that for years. It would be wonderful. But I just want to be conscious of what it is that we're really going to be investing in, and investing staff time and focus in.
Brian, I see you've got your hand up, or you did have your hand up. Do you want to jump in with some answers?
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Adams. So I just want to be clear that what we submit to the state, they're looking at it as the whole package for that project or that park. They wouldn't give us partial funding. It would they're either going to give us all the funding for that project or no funding. So
I see.
We wouldn't get just 500,000 for Toro or something. It would just be get it or all or nothing.
All or nothing.
Yeah, all or nothing. So with that also being said, with regards to the CEQA, yes, we most definitely would always look for other funding opportunities, and Ashley and the other NOSSMA associates are always keeping their eyes and ears open for us for different grant and funding opportunities. But you're right. With that being said, it is a big roll of the dice with this much money. But that's, up to you. One point or one question I had for Chair Root ask you was that with regards to removing possibly the bicycle skills course, would you like to, if we carry this forward, to remove that prior to getting the estimation, or see how this all shakes out?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the location that is, well, first of all, I don't see there's any possible way that we can achieve what's listed within the budget as it was written, or at least the draft budget that I saw. There's no way we can get the restrooms and the kitchen facility up and running with $800,000. So we're definitely going to need to cut at least some of the portions in order to fully fund that as a priority in this project. But I also hear loud and clear from my East Garrison residents that and looking at the map and the way that things are situated, the bike park area would have the greatest visual and auditory impact on that community, at least in its current sort of setup. And so my proposal was recognizing that we would need to make some budgetary adjustments to maybe move those funds into the youth camp portion of the proposal and resituate or completely eliminate the bike portion of it, so that we're respecting the community to the degree possible, while also respecting the 20 years of planning that's gone into the concept of a youth overnight camp at that location.
Thank you.
And I will say that, I think that the commitment that I'd be looking for from my colleague, that the Prop 68 grant would be phenomenal, but the ability to have the CEQA done on that site so that we can move forward with other funding would be just as significant for the community that I'm representing. And, I hear Supervisor Alejo loud and clear, like, we don't have any county parks in District 1. We've got a heck of a lot of county land in District 4 without any county parks either. So I'm happy to support the whole proposal, but I definitely think that including that, getting that CEQA out of the way would open up a lot of doors for us for that particular project. We'll go to Supervisor Alejo and then Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to get clarity on staff. Why in just applying are you going to spend money on CEQA negative declaration? If you could explain that. I can understand, because they're only proposals you're submitting to the state. And once it gets funded, I understand needing to do the environmental review, but why would you have to do that in advance to getting any approval?
So thank you, Supervisor. It is a requirement of the grant to have CEQA completed by the time that the award is given. We did look at possibly doing a programmatic initial study, which is kind of like a promise. It outlines all the CEQA work that would need to be completed should we get awarded. And we checked in with the state on that, and they said no, CEQA has to be fully completed by the time of award.
Got it. And because we're talking about pursuing these limited state funding, but we did contribute significant funding already to Toro and to the lakes. I think we gave over 3.5 million to the lakes and another 2 million for Toro. We contributed significant ARPA dollars. Why are we going after more when we just gave millions for that purpose?
So the ARPA funding was strictly to be used for infrastructure repairs, most importantly for water and sewer projects to support the facilities. We would not be able to use those ARPA funds to develop, say a bocce ball court or a bicycle skills course or something like that.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just know that we got 3 in South County. I don't know if there's a priority on those for Supervisor Lopez, or whether he just wants to move forward on all 3. But I think out of all the districts, that one had the most on the list.
Happy to jump in and say, I'd like all 3 given the low cost, especially compared to all the other projects as a total. I think they're around 45, 42. that need funding in South County, and they are competing for a separate pot of funding, I believe, being the rural grants as they were broken out in the presentation. And so for those reasons, I think those would be good expenditures in terms of the dollars needed for those South County projects. I guess for me, looking at it, the larger picture question is where the dollar is going to come from. I know that we're saying yes, but we're not saying where they're coming from. And we often talk about the need to have that point of view moving forward. And so I would just want to, I'm comfortable supporting all if we can identify the funding, but we've got to identify the funding in order to feel comfortable supporting all. That's where I'm sitting now.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez and Supervisor Alejo. I'm going to, Supervisor Adams, she doesn't behead me right here on the dais, but I'm going to throw out the concept of the ongoing costs that are associated with each of the projects, and that we're not only looking at the CEQA cost to do the work, but that there really are some ongoing costs associated with each one of these proposals. And it really is, if I'm scrolling back through the list, I think it was the Toro Park and the Fort Ord Park that potentially represented the largest ongoing cost that we would be incurring to manage improvements that are made. And so I think I can offer to, if we can, I could definitely, I think, look at the Fort Ord portion and help to identify what parts of that project would be contribute the greatest to the ongoing maintenance and operations cost. And maybe those are things that we can rethink in terms of scaling those down as well to fully be able to fund the youth camp portion. And I don't know if there's similar opportunity to do that in Toro, but if there isn't, would we be able to have a conversation about holding off on the Toro improvements in order to be able to move this package of proposals forward? And I'm so sorry to put you on the spot. I feel like we're a little bit stuck right here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's difficult to make that kind of determination. It really is. The park is so well used, and it needs a lot of work, love, and care right now. But so can you lay it out to me more clearly?
Yeah, so I guess I'm looking, when I look at, and we don't have it, it'd be nice if the estimated CEQA cost, if we had another column next to it that showed the ongoing operational costs.
Right, so
for
you're not
each.
really talking, you're only talking about the current project that we have on our plate right now. You're not talking about deferring any other kind of ongoing maintenance or anything else. You're only talking about this grant that we're looking at right now for a new project.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the ongoing, so for Toro, I've got this one up first. Toro enhancement costs would create an ongoing estimated annual operations and maintenance cost of about $110,000.
And what is it for the BMX park?
The BMX park would be, oh goodness, hold on, let me do my next one up here. The Fort Ord Open Camp says an estimated annual operations and maintenance of $321,000, which we're in no position, I think, to be able to take that on right now. The BMX park would be listed as $195,000 for ongoing operations and maintenance. And then, if I'm recalling correctly, Chris, the two Laguna Seca Amphitheater, I'm sorry,
Lake
not
San
Laguna, sorry.
Antonio.
Laguna Seca, the two Lake San Antonio projects would be funded with some offsetting revenue. So there wouldn't actually be ongoing general fund operations costs there.
So are you saying that if we cut to the chase, that Chris's projects would end up costing the least?
Yeah, I mean, I think Chris's projects are going to cut the least.
All the way around.
And it comes out on top again.
And, and I get it, right? Like the Fort Ord project is clearly the most expensive one on this list in terms of the CEQA required, the ongoing operations. And I wouldn't be doing justification to District 4 and the 1.5 million visitors to Fort Ord annually if I didn't
if I didn't firmly state that, we need a safe parking lot there. We need restrooms at that location. People are there anyway, and it's not safe to unload your kids and your bikes and your dogs. It's not safe, sanitary to not have restrooms available for public who's utilizing that space already. And there is a longstanding expectation of utilizing that park for that location for overnight camping, similar to how we have the city of Monterey with a dedicated access to overnight camping at Toro Park. So I feel the need to stand firm and support of the longstanding needs of District 4 and the lack of investment in parks that we have happening from the county there. However, if the decision of the group is that we need to say collectively, let's figure out how to move forward utilizing the 1.75, the 175,000 that we have in reserves without finding additional augmentations, I mean, effectively that takes Toro and Fort Ord off of the list, which also are the two of the larger ongoing costs. So I don't know what the best way to resolve this is. And I'm fine if we want to circle back and there's a commitment from my colleagues that we're going to figure out how to move forward in a different at a different point in time with a really thought out master plan for those two locations. I am comfortable, recommending that we right now, in order to move these other grants forward, that we move forward without Toro and Fort Ord. But I would be asking for a commitment from my colleagues that we can find a way to really think through what the right use of those two properties are, and to commit funds when it's necessary to make those improvements for the benefit of the community. Supervisor Phillips?
Yeah, I would support that. I mean, if we can, if we don't have anybody, or maybe we have someone from budget on here, but if we could find the money for it, I would say, but those are the two expensive ones, as I mentioned when we started off the top. But I would support, I don't blame you and Mary for fighting for your parks in your district. And if we can find a way to support them down the road, I'd be glad to.
Let's just make sure we have this in writing from Supervisor Phillips.
If that's a motion from a substitute motion from Phillips, I will second it.
Yeah.
So your motion, Supervisor Phillips, is to move forward with all of the proposals with the exception of Toro and Fort Ord.
Yes, with the caveat that we keep working to see how we bring those on board.
Can I get that same commitment from you, Chris?
Absolutely.
All right. Not that we were there for you when you needed us on Lake San Antonio in the past, but I appreciate that.
Well, some of us have been.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
Not everyone's.
We've been there and been there and been there.
I agree.
Great. Okay, so we have a motion from Phillips, a second from Lopez, and Brian, you've got your hand up. Did you want to add anything to our conversation here?
Yes, please. I just wanted to comment on Supervisor Lopez's comment. The San Lorenzo project would be a fallback if we did not get the SPP award of the 8 million plus. We would fall back on the RRT, but we would have to drastically cut back components in that project to fit it into the $3 million slot.
Understood, but it still wouldn't need a new CEQA based on the prior work, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Supervisor Phillips, you've got a hand up.
Legacy.
Legacy hand. And I do just want to acknowledge, we do have a hand raised on public comment. We did open public comment and close public comment previously. And so thank you for joining us, but we've already passed our public comment period of time for this item. So all right, so how can we add in that motion some commitment? Can we get some language in the motion with commitment to, really map out what we're going to do with the Fort Ord parcel of property and the Toro Park master plan? But I hear that commitment from my colleagues, so I'm going to circle back and hold everyone to that. All right.
Just trust us, Madam
Just
Chair.
trust you. I don't know.
Heard that before.
Oh my goodness. All right. We're taking one for the team over here and we'll ask for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Lejo,
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams, aye, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. All right. Moving right along. We've done, so we're moving on to item number 16, which is our county administrative officer comments and referrals. All you, Charles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about referrals today, since I don't have any additional comments. And the referral today it goes back to the resolution that Supervisor Alejo was sponsoring earlier today, which is to direct that we take some action to address the misinformation and disinformation associated with the public health issues around COVID-19. And we will take that into the CAO's office and then sign it out with the assistance of a combination of the health department and our communications team.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on our CAO officer comments today? I'm not seeing any hands raised, so we will close public comment on that and bring it over to board comments, item number 17 on our board agenda. And I'll just start briefly. And we did move our agenda around, and I've had some feedback about that, and I'm open to more feedback about that. But trying to keep I think our morning would have been out of control had we not made these adjustments today. So if there is more feedback, or if we want to make changes, that's all open for discourse. So just wanted to throw that out to everyone. I don't have any other specific board comments today, so I'll pass it over to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I'll be very quick. First, I just want to thank our staff from Office of Emergency Services, Housing and Community Development, and Public Works, Facilities and Parks for the presentations and the discussion they did with the residents in the Carmel Lagoon area this past week. It was a localized, that everybody knows that flood-prone area needs to be addressed, and I'm glad that we're talking about long-term solutions again. It was terrific. Everyone who was there just really did a great job, and I was very thankful for that. Also want to thank CAL FIRE and the Monterey Regional Fire Department for so quickly being able to extinguish a small brush fire that broke out in Carmel Valley on Saturday morning. It was a crisis that was really averted, and everybody jumped on it so quickly. It was really fortunate. In fact, at the moment that it happened, I was on a hike with a friend who lives up in that area. So I was getting up to the minute information from all of the folks that were right up there. Supervisor Phillips and I serve on the AMBAG Board of Directors, and this past week we received the regional housing needs assessment numbers for our region, as was mentioned earlier today. Without going into the detail, I just know that this is going to be a very important discussion at AMBAG in the next few months. So if anyone is interested in how to become connected or wants more information, please just contact my office and we'll be happy to connect you for more information. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, and we'll roll backwards down the number line. So Supervisor Lopez, you're up next.
Thanks. Just a couple quick points. One, I won't steal the thunder. I'll let Supervisor Alejo share about where we were yesterday and the opportunity coming to town. But I did want to share that I'm thankful for our legislators and the work that they did in Sacramento, including the dollars that they're bringing home for specific projects, including an INSV research commitment of $1 million from the state. So extremely excited, as well as $5 million for Gonzalez's new community center seed funding. It doesn't meet the entire need, but it's a great start. So we're thankful to Senator Caballero for the $5 million and to Assemblymember Rivas for the $1 million for INSV, as well as some other really cool projects that he's bringing to the Salinas Valley. I did have a traffic town hall last night, and it was extremely well attended to talk about fixing that area south of Salinas on the 101, where we have high impact accidents as well as fatalities. So I'm thankful to everybody who attended and continue to encourage people to stay engaged in that process. I also want to thank the cities of Greenfield and King City, who had wonderful September 11th remembrance events this weekend. One was Friday at the city of Greenfield and Saturday in King City. And it was great to be amongst community, given the difficult 20-year anniversary that we were remembering. And with that, remember today is election day. And so make sure you get your ballot into our elections department. Gina and the team at elections are doing a great job. Just encourage people to fill out their ballots and get those submitted. And with that, I will wrap my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Next up, we've got Supervisor Phillips.
I'm good. It's the end of the day. I'll pass.
All right. Well, it's not quite the end of the day yet. We've got to recess back into closed session. We've got a little bit more to figure out here. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you. I also just wanted to encourage everybody to get out and vote by 8 o'clock today for this historic recall election. The last time a recall happened was in 2003, I believe. So hopefully it doesn't end up the same way. But I did want to just thank Supervisor Askew for that resolution on Hispanic Heritage Month. I know this Thursday, it's September 16th, Mexican Independence Day. That's why in Salinas, you see a lot of cars driving around with flags flying out the back. But September 15th is also Independence Day for all the Central American countries, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Costa Rica. So want to just celebrate in those nationalities Independence Day as well. Also, I do want to thank the Salinas Fire Department, but the police department was there as well. And the fire chief, the first woman fire chief for Salinas, Michelle Vaughn, and the president of the firefighters union, Josh Hostetter, put on a beautiful ceremony at the fire station right next door to our county building on West Alisal. So I want to really thank them for putting that together on the 20th anniversary. All the names of all the fallen firefighters and police officers were read. And it was a moment to really reflect on the sacrifice they gave to our country. Lastly, Supervisor Lopez indicated we were both at a ceremony yesterday with Mayor Craig and council members Orlando Orsornio and Anthony Rocha. And that was to commemorate several projects that Assemblymember Robert Rivas delivered for his district. And the one in Salinas was an $8.1 million grant by the state to totally rebuild the Hebron Heights Family Center. That center is critical to those low-income families that live around there. There's, I think, over 100 programs that function out of there, from daycare programs, youth, after-school tutoring programs. There's just karate, you name it. So I know for the residents, they're gonna really appreciate having a brand new community center for all the families there. So I really want to thank Assemblymember Rivas for working hard in delivering. When I was in the legislature, we had no member requests. There was no money for such local projects because we were facing a $26 billion deficit. But I'm glad with the surplus we have now, the state is able to accommodate different legislators to have these projects delivered that really meet the local needs. So hats off to Assemblymember Rivas and his team for doing a good job. And thank you. And also for the other projects he got done in Supervisor Lopez's district as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Do we have any readouts from closed session today?
Yes, Honorable Chair, members of the board, today in closed session by unanimous vote, the board approved an extension to the memorandum of understanding with Unit S through August 31st of 2022. That concludes my report.
All right. And with that, we will recess back into closed session. Everyone's still with me, right? We're going to recess back into closed session. Do we need a new link?
Yes, I sent a new link, so the supervisors and participating staff should look for that. And I don't anticipate a report out from closed session.
Okay. And we will be adjourning from closed session and see y'all back here again soon. Thank you.